API with the color theme switcher. Now, if you need this challenge, all you need to do is go to frontendmentor.io/challenges and just scroll down until you can get it, and then you can just click it, which will open up another page for you, and it contains details about the challenge as well as the challenges that you need to complete in order to submit it, which you can go through right here. I've already done this, and then once you're done, you can come and download it from here, or you can just download it from here, which will download the files that you need, the basic files with the design images and your markdown files. Now once you've done that, you can open it up in you can open up the folder in VS Code or in another text editor that you're using, and I opened mine in VS Code, as you can see, and this is the readme that I have opened. But let's go through the design files first. Now in the design, you'll find the UI, how the UI looks. This is the light, this is the dark theme, this is the light theme, and the home pages for each of them, as well as the mobile pages, as you can see. The git ignore, we don't really need that for now, but the two markdown files are the ones that are important to us, because they contain the link to the REST API that we need, which is right here, restcountries.eu. So we're going to just copy this link from here, just copy that link, and then if you need to go through other details of the challenge, you can just continue to read this markdown file. But then again, these are the requirements for this challenge. As you can see, they're listed down here. They're the same as the ones for the website if you went through them. If you need any help, they have a link here for the Slack community, and I think that should be it for now. Now I think this is going to be a long challenge, so what I'm going to do in this first video, I'm just going to fetch data from the API and then display it, and maybe add some media queries, and then we can do some of the functionality in another video. So in the style guide, the markdown file, it has the devices for which the images, the design images were made, and it has the colors for the current project that you're working on, as well as the font that you're using. So I'm just going to open this font in Google, on my Google Chrome browser, and then I can check the 300, 600 and 800 font weights. So where do we start? The 300, what was it? 300, 600 and 800. Okay, 600 and 800. I'm just going to place that. I'm not yet going to copy it. Okay, so I'm going to be doing this project in React. So if you want to follow along, you can go ahead and create a new React app by doing the command npx create React app and giving it a name. As you can see here, I called it what did I call it? I called it REST Countries API, as you can see. And then I went into that folder and just opened Visual Studio Code in that folder, which is this right here. Okay, so I think we can get started with our cleanup, and I'm just going to remove these files, remove all of these files, and then I'm going to go into index.html and just remove this and remove everything to here, including the manifest.json, and then I can remove this as well. Now I increased my font size just so it can be visible on smaller screens. And then in the source folder, I'm going to delete Our Css, Test.js, logo svg, report with vitals, and setup test. So I'm only going to remain with these three files. Okay, and then we can go in index.js and just delete all of this. You can just delete that. In index.js, we can remove this as well as this. And I have my formatter to remove semicolons in case you don't use semicolons. And then in app.js, we can remove these two files as well, and we can say maybe just import React from React, but we don't really need this these days. So I can remove this as well and just do return a div saying hello React, like that. Then I can start up my dev server. What did I do? Oh, sorry. Say a div saying hello React. I can start up my dev server by saying npm start, like that. Now while it's starting, I'd like to import my font. which is this right here. But before I do that, just because I copied the URL before, I'm just going to place my URL up here so that I don't forget it. So I'm just going to say const URL equals into a string and just paste it inside there. So I can go to Google Fonts and then grab this import that I have here, copy that, and then I'm going to place it in my index CSS, and then I'm going to say just let the body have that font family of what's it, Unito, and a fallback of sans serif like that. And then another thing I'd like to do in index CSS is just reset everything. So I'm just say margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing border box like that. And then I'm going to place the images to have a max width of 100% like that. Okay, we can close the index CSS for now, and you can close this terminal because we don't need it currently. And you can see that our app is running on localhost 3000, so it's working correctly. Okay, so when you take a look at the design files, I'm just going to open this. Is it this or this? Just going to open this. You can see there's a header up here, so this is going to be a separate component, and you can see I'm just going to call this component a filter, which is contain this input search and the filter by region, and then it's going to contain all of this inside. Okay, so I'm just going to call this the third one. I'm just going to call it a countries component. So I think I'm going to start by creating the countries component first, just so you can fetch the data and display it in our browser and see how it looks. So I'm going to create a component inside the source folder. I'm going to create a components folder like that, and then inside the components folder I'm going to create a new file and just call it countries.js like that. And I'm going to say use my extension called ES7 React Redux. This one I'm going to say once you install this extension, you can do some shorthand properties, which I'm just going to show you the few that I use. And I'm just going to say RAFCE, which will generate a React arrow function component and export it by default, or as default rather, as you can see right here. So in my countries, I'd like to take this URL, cut this and paste it inside my countries like that, because this is where we're going to be using it. And then I'm going to say we're going to be using React hooks, so I'm just going to bring them in, and I'm going to say use state and use effect like so. And then what else am I going to do? Let me just import this in my app.js, and I'm going to say import countries from components / countries like so, and then I can display it inside here, and I'm going to say this is just countries like that. And I would like for this to be a fragment, so I'm just going to delete this div, which will just make it a fragment, and then I'm going to place all of this inside brackets like that. You don't have to place these brackets, but if you don't place these brackets, then this has to be on the top line as the return. Otherwise, when you place it at the bottom, you can see it's, if you place this at the bottom, you can see it's grayed out, and the reason it's grayed out is because it is unreachable code. Okay, so if you want this to be red, you actually have to place it in the same line as the return, or you place it inside brackets like that. Okay, so I'm just going to go back into my countries, and I'm going to set up my state values, and I'm going to say countries and set countries, and this will be coming from the use state hook. And by default it's going to be an empty array, because once we fetch the data is when we are going to be displaying it inside the use state, and then it's going to be taking up that space. And then I'm going to say set up my use effect, and for my callback function I'm just going to say let me place an empty dependency array, and then I'm going to say let's fetch the data by saying place an arrow function and just say fetch or fetch country data like that. Place my arrow function, and I want this to be asynchronous, so I'm just going to say async like that, and I'm going to say const response equals await fetch URL like that, and then I'm going to say for the countries like so. Now we're going to be populating this, which will take up this space in the empty array, and I'll say countries equals to await response.json like that. Then we're going to set this countries function into this variable. So we're going to say set countries to countries like that. It's actually this variable once it has been fetched. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is now set up our return. Actually, let me just console log this to see if there is any data getting fetched. Let me just do that. Let's see. Our console reload. Is the same. Let me just set up my return for now, and I'm just going to say return, and I'm going to say I would like to now map over this country's data that we have, and then display the details for every country that we will be getting. So I'm going to say I want to map over my countries, and I'm going to say countries.map, and I'm going to say for every individual country. Then I want to set up my arrow function and then destructure the data that we're going to be getting. Okay, and since we don't have that data yet, this might be a problem. I'm just going to say let's return, maybe check if oops, what did I do? Is this correct, or it has to be inside a fragment? Let's see. Oops, messed it up. Okay, that's fine. I can just do it again. So I'm just going to say countries.map, and for every individual country set up my arrow function, and we're going to say we would like to destructure a few things which I don't yet know about. So I'm just going to say maybe ID for now, and then we're going to set up another return inside. Oops, not there, but inside here we're going to set up another return which will return an article with the key of ID like that, and I'm just going to say country data. Let's see if that will display, and that is not displaying because, let me move this up, and then let me call it inside here, fetch country data. Let's see, and copy. Oops, let me just check this URL. Okay, let me just check it, and let's see. We're going to say fetch all countries. Okay, let's replace this with that. That should be fetching something. Okay, there you go. I had the wrong URL. Okay, I had the wrong URL. Okay, which means we can now open this in a separate tab, so you can see the data that we get, which we can then destructure inside here, and then we can then display it. Okay, so what we're going to do is actually just check this, and we can see we can destructure the name, which is actually what is required. Let's just check. We need the name, we need the image for the flag, the population, region, and the capital for now. Anyways, so we're going to say we need the name, we need is there, let me just find and say region. Is there a region? There's region, there's population, is right there. What else do we need? Capital. Let's see, capital is there as well, and then we need the image for the flag. So let's see, flag, and flag is that there, which is an SVG, which is an image. Okay, so we can get all our data. So I'm just going to destructure it and say wait, I also need a unique sort of ID right there. So I'm just going to take a moment. But we need a name, we need the name of the country, we need the what's it called, the population, region, capital, and the flag. The population, region, capital, and the flag, which will be the image. And then we need a unique sort of, what do I say, a number or an ID, which we can then display as the key prop. Because if you check in our console right now, it says each child in the list will have a unique key prop, which means that this ID either is not available or is not unique to all the country data that we're getting, which is an array of 250 items. So let me just check and see for what can be a unique number. And if you happen to find another number, you can just use that instead. I'm going to pick this numeric code because it seems to be unique. So I'm just going to say numeric code. Let me just check it. It seems to be unique for every country. If it's not unique, it will still throw the error that we get in the console. So I'm just going to say, let me destructure numeric code as well, and then I'll set the key to numeric code like that. And then inside the article, I want to display a div. Let me say a div, and inside the div I would like the image, which will be coming from the flag that will be structured. And for the alt, if the image fails to load, then I just want to load the name of the country, which is the name. And then I want an h3, which will be the name of the country, like so. And then this will be, let me check this, h3s and h4s for this. Okay, so I'm just going to say, let me get an h4 and then copy it down 3 times. Okay, this will be the population, this will be the region, and this will be the capital, like so. And we need some text in front of it, so I'm going to say population, and this is region, and this is capital, like so. Now if you look at this design, you can see that this text is a bit heavier in terms of font weight than this. So I'm just going to place my destructured data into a span so that I can style it differently. So I'm going to take this and display it inside a span, like so, so that I can style it differently and make it lighter font weight than this, just so we can stick as close as we can to the design. And then get this as well and place it inside a span, like so. Okay, so let me save that and let's see what we get. And look at that, it looks, let me reload this so that this error goes away. Look at that, it looks good enough. We still haven't added any styles, but you can see that we are displaying all the data that we need, and I think it's in alphabetical order. Zimbabwe at the bottom and Afghanistan at the top. Yeah, I think it's an alphabetical order, so you can just place this side by side so we can begin to style it. Now one thing I forgot to do is that I'd like to place all of this from here, everything inside this map function, the map method, sorry. I'd like to place all of it into a section with a class of grid. Okay, because on bigger weights, I'd like it to display as it is in the design in terms of what's it called, 4 columns, as you can see. So I'm just going to place all of that inside a section with a class of grid, and then we can head over to our CSS and begin to style it. Now in case you're wondering, this CSS folder is imported in the index.js right here. That's why you don't need to import it anywhere else in our CSS files. We just need to target the classes that we have made. Okay, so we can begin by saying in the countries you have, it's only this, so we need the class of grid. So I'm just going to say for the class of grid, and I'm going to say display grid, of course, with the grid template columns, because this is I'm making it mobile first. So I'm just going to say 1 fraction for now, which will be just that. And then I'm going to say let me add some padding on the sides of this so that they can push inwards and away from the edges of the browser. But let me just add a grid gap at the bottom so that then this can push apart as well. So I'm going to say a grid gap of 40 pixels, That's good enough. And let me place some padding on the body, some padding, and I'm going to say padding of 20 pixels. Here they push inward, which is nice. Okay, now let me just get this to a bigger width, so I can add some media queries for them. And I'm going to say add a media query and say for a min width of 640 pixels. Then I want the grid to display, copy that. I want the grid to display as 2 fractional columns. I'm just going to say repeat 2 and 1 fr each, like that, and you can see it scales nicely. If I had to go lower than that, it goes back to 1 fractional column, and you can see it goes up very nicely, but we're still going to add media queries. And I'm going to say copy this down, and I'm going to say for a minimum width of 768 pixels, I want this to display as 3 fractional columns. And let's see how that looks. You can see it's still looking nice. Okay, still looking nice. And then for the final one, I'm going to paste that again. I'm going to say for the final one, let this come at 992 pixels, like that, and I'm going to display it as 4 fractional columns, which is currently the design that we have right there. Okay, so it's looking nice. It's looking nice. Let me add a background color so that you can change that white, and I'm just going to grab this color that we have here. So let me get my color tool, grab this color, copy that, and place it in the body, and I'm going to say background color, set it to that, and then I want the text color to be set to white. Now, because this is, we're going to be working, we're going to be making a light theme for this, I think it will be better if I place this inside variables so that I can just toggle them whether it's a light theme or a dark theme. But for now, I'm just going to place this right there because we're just dealing with the overall design, how it looks. And then the next thing that I'm going to do, let me check the design, get this color, and then I'm going to add some rounded edges for this as well as the image. So let me grab this color, grab that, and I'm going to place it, where is it? It's inside our text inside here. So let me just check where that text is, and I'd like for this text starting from here. Starting from here, is that correct? Not from here. Oops. From here to there, I'd like that text to be inside a div with a class of what do you say, details, just so I can style it differently. And then I want this, I hope this div won't be an issue for me. I hope so. But let me just style this div with a class of details first, and this is a section called grid. So I'm going to say for the grid, I want the div with a class of details, and I want to say I want the background color to be, oops, what did I do? Copy this color. No, what are you doing? It's just the same color really. Copy that, and you can see the color is there. So I'm going to place some padding on this. So I'm going to say a padding of 20 pixels, and I'm going to say, as you can see, there's some kind of margin right there, so I'm going to place a minus margin for them so that they can move up. So I'm going to say margin top of minus 10 pixels. Now the good thing about margin is that you can have minus values for them, but for padding you can't. Padding only has positive values. And then I'm going to place a border radius for this. So I'm going to say I want a border radius of 0 on the top left, 0 on the top right, 5 pixels on top on the bottom right, and 5 pixels on the bottom left. So that's what this means. If you didn't want to do this, then you'd have to do border top left radius like that, which is 0, place it to 0, then do border top right radius, border bottom. You see, I think it's a lot of work, so I just like this shorthand. It's much better. As you can see, the border now becomes rounded at the bottom and not at the top. So the next thing we need to deal with is this border at the top for the images. So let me just check this image, and I'll say let me go inside the article and grab the image. So I'm going to say it's inside a grid class, the class of grid, and I want the article, and I want the image inside, and I want the border radius to be the opposite of this now. So it'd be 5 pixels on the top left and the top right, and 0 on the bottom, like that. And you can see it's rounded as well, which looks very nice, very nice. So let me push this text apart, and this is I placed it inside h3s and an h4. So I'm going to say inside the grid and inside the details class, I want the h4, and I want the padding on the bottom to be 5 pixels. I meant the h3 here. Okay, let's say 10 pixels. And then for the h4 as well, just grab this and copy it down, and say for the h4 as well, I want a padding on the bottom of 5 pixels. Push them down, and then now I can grab the span that I placed inside this, and then I can reduce the font weight, this span that I placed right there. So I'm going to grab this again, and I'm going to say for the span I want a font weight of 300, like that, and it's looking almost as close to the design, almost as close. And what else do we need to change? Let me see in this image, what do we need to change? We need to add some gap for bigger screens. We need to add let me just check how this looks. Oh yeah, you can see the images are not of the same height, so it kind of brings some kind of jagged feeling to it. So let me just declare the images to be of the same height, and I'm going to go here and I'm going to say the height should be how much? 500 pixels. Too big, 300. No, 200. Wow. Let's say the width should be 100%. That doesn't work as well as I thought. So I'm going to say let's get the width to be 300 pixels. Okay, 400. I think I'll have to add media queries for this. 500. This will interfere, I think, on small screens. I think this will interfere on small screens. Let's see what can we do for these images. I would only need to declare the height, isn't that right? But I did that, and the height doesn't move as well as I want it to. 250. Okay, 250 is about right here, almost. Anyways, so I can increase the margin top for this so that this goes up a bit. So let me just confirm where I hide that and say 20 pixels, and then I can add padding for this, for the text, so that it pushes down. And I'm going to say which one was it? It was the details. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to say padding of 40 pixels on the top and bottom, and 20 pixels on the left and right. Okay, that's acceptable. And I'm going to say but it becomes broken right there again. Okay, you know what, I'm not going to place this right there because it's going to bring some headaches. I'm going to add it later, or you can add some media queries yourself, but I'd like to just create the header component and the filter and the filters that we need. So I'm going to say for the header component, I want to create another component in my components folder, and I'm going to say for the header JS, and I'm going to say RAFCE once again using my extension that I have, and I'm going to say place this fragment, and I want a section with a class of header. Oh, you know what, not a section but a header with a class of header like that, and I'm going to say I want an H1 saying where in the world, oops, question mark, okay, and I want this inside a div. The reason why I want this inside a div is because I want to display the header as a flex box, which means these two have to be block elements. And as you can see, we're going to have an icon right here. I'm going to be using font awesome, so I'm going to say this is I want this to be one flex item and this to be another, so that I can justify them to be I'm going to place justify between, so that they can go to the ends for both of them, and you'll see what I mean in a moment. So I'm going to say I want that to be a div, and I want another div which will have a font awesome icon saying IFAS and FA dash. Actually, I don't know the class of that that icon, so I'm just going to say moon for now, and I'm going to say outside the text, and I'm going to say dark mode like that. This is not the actual icon, and we need to import font awesome in order for this to work, otherwise it might break. But once we save that, we need to actually import our header into our app.js. So I'm going to say import header from component/header like that, and I'm going to render it like that, and you can see right there. Now what I meant was I'd like for this to display as in the design, so I'm going to go into my index CSS, and I'm going to go above the grid and place a comment saying header. Let me just place another one saying grid like that, and for my header I'd like to display flex, align item center, and then justify content to space between like that, and you can see there at the ends as I wanted. Now I want to add some space between the edges, because as you can see in the design there's a lot of space right there. So I'm just going to place, I think I'm going to place, perhaps increase the margin. Let me just increase the margin, and I'm going to say margin on the body for, let me say, widths like this. I want the body to have a padding of 20 pixels on the top and bottom. No, let me say 50 pixels, and then I'm going to say 100 pixels on the left and right, so that they push inwards like that. And then I'm going to increase the grid gap for this. Oops. And I'm going to say grid gap of 60 pixels, so that they can push apart just a little bit more. And you'll notice in design there's a bit of a box shadow, so we can do that. And you can say, where was it? It was in, is it the grid? Oops, I've forgotten where it was. The details class. I'm just going to place it inside the grid. I want all of this to have a box shadow. Okay, yeah, the grid. So I'm going to say for the grid I want a box shadow of 0 and then 10 pixels and RGBA. So let me just grab this color first and then transform it into RGBA, and it's easy in VS Code, as you can see. And I'm just going to add an alpha value, and I'm going to say 0.5. So what am I doing? This needs to be light and not the same as the, or darker, not the same as the background color. This will break something. Yeah, this will break something. I'm doing it wrong. This should be on the article. The box shadow should be on the article, and I'm going to say the article like that, and then move this down like so. But it doesn't look very nice. I'm just going to comment it out for now, and I'm going to add it in later. And then the next thing that I want to do is add this form and the filter by region. So I'm going to call that where am I going to call that, I'm going to create another component, and I'm going to say this is called the filter.js, and another functional component like that. And I'm going to say I want to return a section. I want to return a section with a class name, actually class of filter, like that, and I want to return a form inside with a class of form dash control. In case you're wondering why I'm doing those shorthand properties, it's because I have emmet installed and I've set it to also work for JSX JavaScript. That's why it's working. And then inside the form, I want to just have an input with a type of search. Oops. Search. The name will be search and the ID will be search as well. The placeholder will be what's it? Search for a country, and it has an icon. Search for a country, like that. And I'm going to place wait a minute. Okay, doesn't need a button. And then I'm going to display these two as flex as well, so I'm just going to place this in another div, and I'm going to say create a select with a class of select with the name of select and an ID of select. And I'm going to say for the options, I want to pass in a few options, and the first one is filter by region, which will be filter by region. And then for the, I'm just going to copy this down a few more times. Once I do that, let me just copy a fifth one because I've seen there are 5. So I'm just going to do that, and I'm going to change this, select both. I'm going to change this to Africa, change this, and I'm going to change this to America. I'm selecting both by pressing Ctrl D. Okay, so I'm going to say this is Asia and this is Europe. Copy this down one more time and change this value to Oceania, like that. Okay, so we need to bring this into our app.js like always, and I'm going to say import filter from components / filter, right, and just render it inside there and say filter, like that. Okay, so once we do that, it should render in our application like that, and I want to just display this and justify them to space between so that they can be at both ends. So I can do that by going into my index.js and targeting my filter, which is just going to place inside here, and I'm going to say filter, and I'm going to say for the filter display flex, oops, align atom center, and justify content to space between, like that, and it should render like that. So let me just add some padding so that this can push away from the flag images. So I'm going to say, oops, I'm going to say I want a padding of 20 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. That should work. And then I think that would be it for the UI. Not really. Okay, let me just change a few things for the inputs, because you can see this is a bit grayed out, as well as the header. The header needs to have a background color, which means I can go back to my index CSS and say the header should have a background color. Oops, background color really of that. No, not that. I want the lighter one, this one. And you'll see it only goes it doesn't go all the way to the edges, because I have padding both on the left and right, so I'll have to remove that and then add some padding on the header as well. And then I'm going to grab this, the form, which is inside the filter, and I want the filter, and it has a class of form dash control. Does it? Form control, okay, yeah. And then I want the input. And I want the background color to be transparent. Oop, I did something wrong. If you see on small screen, this will be a bit weird, or not, maybe. I want the border to be none. I want the outline for the input to be none as well. Let me add some padding let me just return this so I can see what I'm styling. Some padding of 8 pixels. I want what else do we need? A background. Oh, the background color is not transparent, my mistake. Should be that. Yeah, so I can just remove this, and I want a border radius of 5 pixels all around, and I want the placeholder color to be white. This is the input color, which is this. So the placeholder color, in order to target that, we just grab this and paste it, and then we put a double colon and say placeholder, which will be targeting the placeholder text. And I'm going to say color should be white, and I want the font family here to inherit. So font family inherit, like so. And I'm going to say, let me just place some letter spacing of 1 pixels, just so you can space up a bit, or 0.5 pixels. Yeah, I think that's much better. And I'm going to say for the input, I want a minimum width, because this is a bit, let me check how it looks on a mobile screen. It takes up the whole width. Okay, and then it's displayed as a column. So I'm going to work on that. We can say what right here, we can say flex direction to column, like so, and we can say for the width here to be 100%. Oops, did I do that correctly? I'm going to grab the form, paste the form, and I'm going to say I want the form to have a width of 100%, like that. Okay, so if I remove this, will it still work? No. Okay, so let me add a bit of a margin between the input and the filter. And I'm going to say, let me place a margin of 0 on the top, 0 on the right, or on the left and right, and say 30 pixels on the bottom. Push that down, and I want the filter by region. Where did I place this? Inside a div. So I'm just going to say class name of region dash filter, like that. And then I can target it in my CSS by saying it's inside the filter, and it's called region dash filter. And I'm going to say, let me place a width of 100% on it, like that, so that this goes to the what's it called, to the left. And then I can say, because I want to target my select, which will be this, I can do that and say for the select, and it has a class of select as well. And I'm going to say a background color. Background color, I want the color to be this as well. I want the text color to be white. I want the font family to inherit like so. I want the padding to be 8 pixels like the input. And then we can say, what else do we need for this? Oops, not that one. We need it already has the card, doesn't it? It already has that, so I can say what can I do? Let's say, let's have a width of 250 pixels. No, I don't want that. Or maybe 200 pixels. Let's say 200 pixels, and then we can say border none, which will move this border that you can see right there. And you can say a border radius of 5 pixels so that it matches with everything. Let me just increase the padding to 12 pixels, as well as the input padding. Oops, cancel, to 12 pixels, like so. Okay, so let me remove the padding on the board, on the body, so that this can span the entire width. Okay, so I can remove this padding right here, and then I can remove the one that I placed on the media query, like so, which will span the entire width. But then you can say this also span, which I don't want. So what I can do is For the header, let me go to my header. Here's the header. For the header, I'm going to say let's have a padding of 10 pixels on the top and bottom and 20 pixels on the left and right, like so, which will move them inwards. And then for the form, which will be, wait a minute, for the class of filter, so that I can just do for the both of them. So I'm just going to say for the class of filter, I'm going to say padding of 20 pixels all around so that it can push inwards as well. And then for these countries, let me go to my countries.js, and I'm going to say for the grid class, then I want to have a padding of 20 pixels as well. I would have put this inside a container, but I don't like doing that because these are just it's very easy to get confused. Okay, so I'm just going to say for my grid, let me add a padding of 20 pixels all around as well, push them inwards like that. Now on bigger screens, I don't want this to appear like that, so I'm going to say I'm going to change this way. I'm going to change the input as well as for this once it reaches a width of around 768 pixels. Yeah, 768 pixels should be fine. So I'm going to say right there, and I'm going to grab my filter, and for my form control, you remember I placed a width of 100%, so I'm going to say width of auto like that. And then for the input inside the form, I'm going to grab that place. I'm going to say for the input should have a width of auto as well. And then I have to change the, because I placed flex direction of column right, where was it? I placed a flex direction of column right here, so I have to change it to flex direction of row so that they go side by side again. So it's inside my filter, so I'm just going to say inside my filter, I want flex direction of row. Save that, let's see that, and then we can oops, maybe I can move this so that it's just 100% for both. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do wrong? It's inside my input, my filter, form control 100% with auto. Justify, I can move this, I can align items center. What am I doing wrong? Okay, let me just check what I'm doing wrong. Flex direction of row, this will go back to column, and then I can say, oh, I have a margin somewhere. I have a margin. Where was the margin? Was it on the input? A margin on the input of 30 pixels. So I can remove that right here, and I'm going to say margin of 0, and then I can go back up here and comment this, which will place that like that, and then I can say the filter should have a width of 100%. What am I doing wrong? Justify content to space between. Okay, that's enough. Let's just check what's wrong, and we can see this is taking up all of this space, so I need to target the select. What did I do on the select? Let me just confirm this. What did I do on the select? Where's the select? It's right here. So a width of 200 pixels. But that doesn't stop it from taking all of this. Region filter has a width of 100%. That's why. Okay guys, I figured it out. I was almost giving up, but we did it. Oops, why isn't this resizing? Okay, so all I have to do is just remove this once I declare it up here, and I'm going to just place it down. Where am I? Right there, and I'm going to remove, and I'm going to say a width of auto as well. So let's see. Yeah, right there. Okay, nice. Very nice. So let me add some padding for these widths. So I'm just going to say for no longer on the body, but for my grid, right? For my grid, and then I want for my filter as well. Actually, I should just start it with the filter, and then the header as well. I want all of them to have a padding of maybe 20 pixels on the top and bottom, and 100 pixels on the left and right. Let's see how that looks. That looks nice, and you can see everything is right there. Now in the next video we're going to be implementing this search capability, as well as adding the icon that I missed right there, and this icon which we're going to be getting from Font Awesome. And then I'm going to also be implementing the individual pages for the countries, and to do that we're going to be using React Router. So I'm just going to stop my server, and I'm going to run npm install react-router-dom, and this will give us access to the React Router, but we're going to do this in the next video. Okay, so just to start it off, I'm going to be importing right below that, I'm going to import a few things, and I'm going to import browser router as router, give it an alias, and route as well, and link and switch. Do we really need switch? Really, I don't think we need the switch, but all of this will be coming from react-router-dom, like that, which is currently what we're installing. Okay, so I'm going to stop this video right here, guys. If you like the video, remember to leave a like and subscribe, and once I finish all of these videos, I hope it helps you, and I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to be building an invoice application in reactjs and Tailwind CSS. So for this first video, what I want to do is I just want to build out the UI. So I'm going to be hard coding everything, so everything from all of this, and then in the next videos we're going to be adding the functionalities slowly by slowly, and then by the end of it all, I hope to convert this into a desktop application. Okay, so I have this open just to show you what our finished product is supposed to look like, and I'm going to be closing this because it seems to be messing up with my RAM quite a bit. Okay, so before we get started, I just want to mention that if you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe and ring the notification bell so that you're always notified of new uploads. Okay, so to get started, you would need to create a new React application. So you can open up your terminal, and then I'm just going to cd into my desktop and into my work folder, and then I'm going to say npx create react app, and I'm going to call it invoicer-v2, but I'm not going to let this run because this is already running. I already have a folder named this. I already canvassed my React application, but once you run this, then it's going to create a new React application for you. Now, if you try to run npx and it gives you an error, then you should probably check whether you have Node.js installed by saying node-version, and it should give you the Node version that you're running. And you can do npx-version as well, which will give you the npx version that you're running. Now, if you don't have either of these, then you can head over into nodejs.org and you can install Node.js in your system. Okay, now I want to mention that if you want access to the finished code, then I'm going to leave this link to the repository in the description. So you can head over to github.com/sancthomas/invoicer_v2. Okay, and this is very important because I have a repository called invoicer. Okay, that's a different one. It backfired. So invoicer-v2 is what we're going to be working on. Okay, and this is the repository, and I'm going to be committing this regularly as we progress with the video. So what I've done is I've opened up VS Code in the newly created folder invoicer-v2, and I'm also running my dev server on localhost 3000. Okay, so if I go into localhost 3000, then this is what I have on the screen. That's very important that you be running your server. And then I'm just going to place this side by side, and then I'm going to close this. Okay, and I think we should be ready to begin. But before we do that, actually what I need to do is I need to install one dependency, or rather two dependencies actually. The first one I'm going to say npm install uuid, and then the second one is called react icons. So let this install, and then we should just go ahead and begin right away. So inside my source folder, I'm going to grab this, the app.css, app.test.js, the logo, report web, and the setup tests, and I'm just going to delete these files because we don't really need them. So delete. Okay, and once we delete those files, then we're going to get some errors. So let's clear up those errors. We have deleted this file, so we don't need it, and we don't need the import as well. We can save this, and then we can head over into app.js, and we can remove these two imports at the top, and then we can remove this header inside here, and then we can remove this div to return an empty fragment. Okay, fantastic. And then at the top, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say actually this is fine as it is because we technically just want to build out the UI, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to build out everything inside this app.js, and then in the next videos we're going to be refactoring the code slowly by slowly. Okay, and the reason why I'm doing that actually is just to show you how you can get your components when you're building out very complex applications, because this is what happened to me when I was testing this out in the first place. Okay, so I'm just going to return, let me return a main here, and actually I should probably link Tailwind CSS as we start. So let's head over into cdn.js, so cdn.js.com, and then let's grab Tailwind. Come on, Tailwind. Okay, so grab this link tag, and then inside public index.html, then I'm just going to paste it inside here. And actually let's change this title to invoicer, and then let's say create invoices for clients, something like that. And then let's remove this comment, and let's remove this comment as well as the manifest JSON actually, so everything up to here. And then let's remove, I'm going to change this in a later video actually, so there's no need for this. Okay, that should be fine. Let's place this back to the side, and yeah, we should be ready to begin. Fantastic. Okay, so in app.js let's turn a main, and then inside here let's have a section. Okay, Emmet always does this when I'm recording, I don't know why. Okay, so this section is going to have an h2, actually sorry, not a section but a header. This header is going to have a div, and inside this div we're going to have an h2 that says invoicer, and then outside of this div we're going to have another div. Okay, another div, and this is going to be a ul with 3 list items, so li times 3. This first one is going to say print, and actually these are going to be buttons by the way, so this is going to be print, download, and send. Okay, so let's save this. Let's see what we have. We're going to have that. Okay, let me just place a comment that says header, and then below this let's say end of header, like so. And then inside here, once again inside our main, let's return a section. This section is going to say, let's say something like your details. Yeah, your details inside here, and then let's say end of your details. So this means inside here we need to have an input with a type of text, okay, with a name of text, with an ID of text, with a placeholder that says enter your name. set this to required as well. And then below this, let's have an h2. And actually, do you know what I've just realized? We don't need the inputs inside here. I've just realized that, and I'm going to show you why. So inside here, we're going to be targeting technically the name, right? So let me just place in my name for now. Just hard code it inside. Now, what I mean is I don't want this input to be inside here, because when I click on this print, I don't want the input to be visible, right, on the print document. And actually, let me just show you what I mean. If I convert this into a button, and then let's say on click, let's just say handle print, create a function called handle print, and then above this, let's say const handle print, set this to an arrow function, and let's just say window.print. Okay, so let's see. So where's the print button? Print here. Forgot to add the text. So print, then it should give me this window right here, and then notice how it still says these 3 items, and then it also shows the input, right? Now I don't want the input to be visible inside here. So technically what I'm going to do is I'm going to go, where is it? What is I doing? Okay, so inside here, I'm going to remove this input. I'm going to remove this input because we're going to be adding it inside a separate component, and then we're going to be passing down the props inside this, our main component, and then we're going to be accessing it inside our h2 and so on and so forth. So I'm going to remove the input, and then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says this is the address. So your address, like so. Okay, and then this is your details. So we're going to create another one that says client details, like so. Let's say end of client details. So let's return a section. This section is going to have an h2 as well that says client's name, and then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says client's address. Come on, like so. So save this, and then below this, once again, remember we're just building up the UI because we want to know how it's going to look like. So below this, we're going to have the dates. Okay, so end of dates. So let's return an article. This article is going to have a UL with 3 list items. So this is going to be the today's date. So today's date. Okay, and then it's going to say due date. What is it? Let's say due date. What else does an invoice say? I've forgotten. Okay, so this is not today's date. This is this should say, come on, this should say invoice number, and then this should say invoice date. So invoice date, and then this should say due date. So fantastic. Let's save this. Let's see what you have, and we're going to have this. Okay, looking nice. And then now below this, we're going to have our table. Okay, so table, technically our item description table, but that's okay. So end of table, and we're going to create a table inside here, which I don't want to do now because I really hate dealing with tables. And then below this, we're going to have the notes section, so notes. Okay, and then let's say end of notes. And the reason why I'm placing so many comments is just because we're going to be creating separate components for all of these. Okay, so end of notes, let's have a section, and this section is going to have a text area once again because I don't want to add inputs and text areas inside here. So we're going to have a text area, and then let's just have a paragraph that says notes to the client. These are notes like how to pay, where to pay, your bank account details, and so on and so forth, just in case they miss them at the top. Okay, so notes to the client, and this should be having that. So end of notes, and then below this, let's have our footer, and then let's say end of footer. Now the footer is going to be interesting. Footer, Emmet isn't working. So the footer is going to say we're going to have a UL. Okay, UL with, let's say, how many list items? Let's say 5. Okay, so this one is going to say your name, okay, which we're going to get from this. Okay, so when we pass down the props, we're going to be accessing the props that we pass inside here. Okay, so this is going to be your name, This is going to be your email address. This is going to be phone number. Okay, and then this is going to be bank. This is going to be bank account, or rather account number, bank account number, right? And then probably we should add another one that says website. And then once we have website, probably what I should do is between bank and account number, I should have account holder name, or rather account holder. I think that would be descriptive enough. Okay, so let's save this. Let's see what we have on the screen, and we have this looking ugly. So let's style this out. Remember, this is the desktop application first, so I don't really intend it to be working on mobile screens all that well, but we're going to be styling it for mobile screens as well. So in the header, let's have a class name of flex and flex column, and items center and justify center, and a margin bottom of 5. Okay, so that we're going to have that. Let's go inside this UL, give this a class name of flex, item center, and justify between, and then let's say flex wrap, so that they're going to automatically go into the next line once this width is completely full. And then these two are going to be buttons, so let's add a button here that says download. And then let's remove this. Let's have a button that says send. So for the send button, we're going to create a model. For the download button, we're just going to say download the invoice. Okay, so this first button is going to have a class name of btn-print. Okay, so a class name of btn and btn-print. So let me just copy this and paste it inside here. This is going to say btn download, and then this is going to say btn send. Okay, so save this, and nothing really changes because we're going to be styling out the buttons later. And then for this section 1, let's say what I want to do is say class name of flex, and flex end should be the one. Not flex end, sorry, but items end should be the class. Go to the left, come on, really. Or justify end, items center, and justify end. There we go. And then let's say flex column. Come on, don't do that. Items end now. Flexbox can be a bit confusing, okay? So items end and justify end, which will take it to the end. And I've just realized that probably this main should have a padding all around. So class name of padding of 5 all around. Push everything inwards just a bit on small screens. And then let's say that for medium screens, then the max width should be medium. Let me see how this would look. Too small. Let me say for large screens, then the max width should be large. Still too small. XL. Okay, and then let's say for large screens, let's say MX Auto, push it to the center. There we go. And then probably what I should do is I should go into the body, into my index, the index.css, and I should give the body a background color of F1, a very slight gray. There we go. And then what I'm going to do now is go inside my main, right inside here, and say BG white. And we should have that looking fantastic. And probably now, instead of this being a padding, sorry, I should make it a margin so that the white background pushes inwards, like so. Okay. And then actually, let me just add a padding all around as well, so that this is not all the way to the edge. Web development is a lot of trial and error. So let's have a rounded border. Let's have a slight box shadow, like so. Looking fantastic, just so that it looks a bit elevated. So we're going to have that, and then let's go inside this, where is it, this H2. So for our logo, give this a class name of font bold. Okay, so font bold, let's say uppercase. Let's say tracking wide, and let's say text -4XL. Okay, we're going to change these colors later, don't worry about it. Let's say margin bottom of 3, pushed away from these 3 buttons. Okay, and then let's go inside, and actually, you know what, probably I should have styled this out inside my CSS. but that's okay. We're going to refactor quite a bit. And actually, let me change this to an H1. Okay. So your name, your address, let's deal with. So the client name and client address are going to remain on this side, and actually they're fine as they as it is. And this is the details. This is client details. So this is fine. Probably let me style these two H2s because I want them to be bigger. So let's say text dash for Excel. Let's say uppercase. See how that looks. Okay, so now this isn't really good on small screens, right? So let's change this to text XL. So we're going to have that. Okay, fantastic. Now, inside this article, let's give this article a class name of margin top of 5. And actually, I've just remembered that this section should have a margin bottom of 5. Actually, margin top of 5, just so that it pushes away from this, so that there's just a bit of spacing between this and this. And then we're going to do the same thing that we did on this. We're going to do the same thing here. And probably this should be on bigger screens, but no, let's just do it here. So I'm going to copy these styles, copy these, and paste them inside here. Actually, is that correct? Okay, there we go. That being said, actually we don't really need the flex column here. Actually, we don't need the flex column because this only has one item inside, which is the UL. Okay, if you were styling the list items inside the UL, then we would need the flex column. Okay, so we don't need that. And then let's say margin top, actually let's say margin Y of 5, so margin on the top and bottom. Fantastic. And then we're going to grab this, place it inside a span, and grab this, place it inside a span, and then grab this, place it inside a span. And then let's grab all of these spans, and then let's just say class name of font bold. Okay, so the span is going to be font bold, and then the text inside here, what we're going to have inside here as the date, is not going to be font bold. Unless I'm doing that wrongly, I should be outside of the span, right inside here. So the text is not going to be bold in font. Okay, just so that it brings a bit of a hierarchy, which is much it actually looks much better. So let me remove this. Okay, fantastic. And then let's go into notes to the client. Actually, we don't really need to style anything inside here, but let me just have a div inside this table that says this is the table. Okay, just to separate it out, let's give this div a class name of margin Y of 5, like so. So notes to the client, and then give this section a class name of margin bottom of 5. Push away from that, and then let's go inside the footer, and inside this UL give this a class name of flex and flex wrap. Okay, and then let's say items dash center and justify dash between. Justify between. Okay, not between but center, sorry, center, so that we're going to have this. Fantastic. So let's just add some dummy data inside here. Let's add some dummy data. Let's say this. For your email, let's say gmail.com. Phone number, let's say 0712345678. Bank, let's say bank account. Account holder, that's me. Account number, let's change this to 1234 123 456 789. And for the website, let's do this. TS, come on, I can't spell my own website. Let's see what it. Okay, now remember that once we do, actually, you know what, let me just do it right now. Let me not postpone it. Let's have grab this, place it inside a span, grab this, place it inside a span. Now technically, let me just mention it, by the way, technically you can grab this and place it inside a bold tag and it would still work. Okay, it would still work as you would expect. Okay, but I don't want to do that because I want to have a bit of leeway when styling this out. So that's why I like using spans. Okay, so span, and instead of using the bold tag, if you would want, you can actually use the strong tag as well. It still works the very same way, but I still like using spans. So span, and then come on, span. Okay, grab this, place it inside a span, and then finally grab this and place it inside a span. Now let's grab all of these spans, and by that I'm adding multiple cursors by holding down the Alt key and then clicking on where I want the cursor to be. So right there, right there, right there, and right there. Give all of these a class name of font dash bold. Fantastic. Okay, this is looking nice for the initial UI, but then this is a bit too small actually. You know what, let me just change this. Let me change, where is it, this. Let me remove this. Let me check something. Okay, so let's say that for XL screens, then the max width should be 4XL, and then let's say for XL screens, then let's say the MX should be auto. Okay, so we're going to have that. Now once we start adding in all the items in our application, then this is going to fill up and it's going to go to the bottom, so don't worry about this too much. And then probably one thing that I should do is reset some of this styling for the header, where I'm going to say that for large screens, let's say for XL screens, then the flex should go back to row like so, and then for XL screens, then let's say justify between, we should take this to the end. Fantastic. Okay, so in the next video we're going to start dealing with more of our UI and then starting to add a bit more of our functionality. So see you in the next video. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe and ring the notification bell so that you're always notified of new uploads. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to attempt the latest front-end mental challenge, which is the NFT preview card component. So let's go ahead and download the files necessary. Start challenge. And we can just say download starter. Okay, and it should download the zip file for me. There we go. So let me get it. It is the NFT preview card component. So I'm just going to extract this folder here, and then I'm going to open up this folder in VS Code. So open with code, and we should get started. We're going to be building this using HTML and CSS because it's basically just simple UI. Okay, so this is what we have. Now I'm going to be using an extension called Live Server. So you can go ahead and install it. The extension is this one right here. It launches a local server with live reload, which is why I love it, because you don't have to keep on manually reloading every time you make a change. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see what we have in the index.html. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to say open with live server right there. Okay, so this is what we have currently. I'm going to place this to the right and then place this to the left. And we should get started by first checking our design. Let's see what we have in the design. We have the desktop preview and the mobile design. Let's see what we have. Okay, so it looks very simple enough. So we have a background color. We have the background color for the card. We have this image, and then we have the text, which is white, which is just slightly gray. This is green. This is also the same as this. And then we have an image with a border right here. So that's what we're going to be doing. And now I've just noticed that we're going to need to get some fonts here. So let me check what we have in our style guide markdown file. And these are the primary colors and the neutral colors. And then font size is 18 pixels and the family is called outfit. And we need the 300, 400, and 600 font widths. So let's go ahead and grab this in fonts.google.com. So just open this link. And then before I actually open that link, I want to create a styles.css inside here where we're going to be importing our font. And then what I want to do is just copy all of these colors from here, copy them and then paste them inside here because these are going to be our variables. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab the 300, the 400, and the 600, and then we're just going to import them. So copy this and then we can paste them on top of this. There we go. And then now we need to specify that the body should have a font family of outfit with a font back of sans serif. This is a small u. There we go. Okay, and actually let's specify the font size as well to set to 18 pixels, just so it's uniform all around, and then we can begin creating our variables. So I'm going to say full colon root, and then just grab all of this and push it upwards, and then I can replace this to be a comment. So this is called soft blue, so dash dash soft blue. That's how you add comments in CSS. Not comments, sorry, but variables with 2 dashes. This is called cyan. This is called main bg, so main dash bg. This is called card bg, so card dash bg. This is the line, and this is white. Okay, so there we go. We should remember to add our semicolons as well, otherwise the variables don't reflect. And there we go. So let's save this for now, and then let's link our CSS file so that we can begin building this out. So let's go ahead into index.js, index.html, okay, and then actually I can remove this as well. So cut this out, and I'm going to paste it right here because this is the attribution, which is this text right here. And then I'm going to change this to 12 pixels just to make it a bit bigger. And actually it doesn't reload because I haven't linked my CSS file, so remember to do that. So link, and then we're going to say style.css, styles.css. And there we go. So our text changes. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's check our desktop preview. Actually, you know what, I want the mobile preview because it's much more visible. So we have the image on top, so let me get the image, and the image should be this one, equilibrium. Okay, so in index.html I'm going to just grab all of this, and actually it's only this. So I'm going to paste this inside a div with a class of container, and then paste this in. Okay, so the body is going to have a dark background color, and then the container is going to be our slightly light background color, this one right here. And then the container is the one that is going to house this image and then the text. Okay, so we need the image first of all. So let me place this inside an article and then add the image. So image is coming from /images, and it's called equilibrium. Okay, and then let me place another article, and this article is going to have an h2 that says what? Let me move this here. So an h2 that says equilibrium, this, and then below this is a paragraph that says this. Cut it out and paste it inside here, and then we have this text. Okay, so this I'm going to place it inside a UL, and this UL is going to have 2 list items. So the first list item is going to say this, and then the second one is going to say 3 days left. Okay, and I think they have images. Yeah, they do have images. Okay, and then below this we're going to have, okay, so below this is where the line comes in, right? The line comes in, and then this text. Okay, so for this text we're going to have a div, and you know what, I've been using articles, so let me use article as well, just so we remain uniform. And this is not inside here, sorry, excuse me. So let me do it outside of this article. So article, and we're going to have an image, right? So we're going to have an image that comes from /images, and it's called the avatar. And then this is going to be a paragraph with the text that says creation of Jules Wyvern. Okay, and then just to change this text a bit, coded by, I'm going to place my name here, and then link my website, https://netlify.app. Okay, that should be almost correct, except we don't have these 2 images. Let me just check what these images are called: Ethereum and clock. Okay, so this first one is going to say img./images/Ethereum, and then this second one is going to say img./images/clock. And I'm using Emmet, that's why I'm able to type in shorthands, and then it just places the code inside for me. Emmet comes pre-installed with VS Code. Okay, so let's save this and let's see what we have. And looking almost amazing. Okay, so let's begin styling this out. Should be easy enough. Let's begin by going inside our CSS, and then let's just target the all selector, and then let's reset the margin to 0, the padding to 0, and the box sizing, set this to border box. Okay, and just in case you're wondering, The reason why you need to reset this is because of these slight margins that we have on the left and right and on the top and bottom. So when we set this to 0, then it's going to remove this slight space, and then it's also going to remove these margins that we have on headers and on paragraphs. And then the padding is going to remove things such as this left padding that we have on list items, which is around 30 pixels. Okay, and the border box, what it does is that it just tells the document that padding should be placed on inside of the elements and margins should be placed on the outsides. That's the CSS box model, so that's why it's important to specify this as well. Okay, and then let's just say that for all the images, the max width should be 100%. You might have noticed that we have a horizontal scroll bar that is being caused by this image, but when we set this to 100%, then it will make sure that it will always fit into the container of the device that you're viewing it on. Okay, and then actually let me take this from here and let me place it here. And then let me target the ULs, and then let's just say list style type to be none. Okay, to remove these two bullets that we have inside here, and that should be fine. So let's save this, and we have that looking fantastic. Now on the body, we need to specify a background color, which is called main BG. So background color, main BG, there we go. And then the color for this should probably be, which text is it? The text is white. Let me just confirm. This text is white, but it has a slight opacity. So let's do this. Let me grab this, copy this here, and then let me add an opacity of 75%. That is going to be for the text. Actually, let me say 60. Let's say 60. Okay. And then for the paragraphs, what I want to do is the font weight. Font weight is going to be 300, so very light. There we go. Let me just confirm. Okay. And then this is just a bit bold, which is 400, and then this now is 600. Okay, looking amazing, looking amazing. So the next thing that we do need to do is actually let me go inside the body. Actually, no, not inside the body, sorry, add a space here. Let me go inside the container, and then for the container, let me have a padding of, let me say 1.25 rems. Okay, and then the container is going to have a background color of, what was it, card BG? Yes, card BG. There we go. And then let's go inside the body, give this a padding of 1.25 rem as well. 1.25 rem. And actually, you know what? Wait. Yeah, that's actually correct. That's correct. And then let's have a border radius. So border radius of 0. Let's say 0.1 rem. Let me see how that looks. Sorry, not the body, but of the container. Move this downwards. Let's say 0.5. That's much more manageable. Okay, fantastic. Now let's go ahead and let's get this h2. Okay, so the container h2, so container h2 is going to have a color of white. Make it white. Let's say margin of 1 rem at the bottom, sorry, 1 rem on the top, and 0.5 rem on the right and on the left. Wait, what am I doing? This is margin top, this is right, so bottom should also be 0.5 rem. Yeah, there we go. And then 0 on the left, because I don't want this left side to have a margin. There we go. Fantastic, fantastical. Okay, let's go ahead and grab this UL. So the container UL. Okay, and what I want to do for this UL is I just want to say display flex, underline item center, and justify content to space between. Take it to the left and right. Okay, then let's have a padding of 1 rem at the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. Let's say 2 rem. Okay, and then let's have border bottom of 1 pixel solid and dash line to be the color. Let's say var dash line. There we go. So that we introduced this line, looking amazing, looking amazing. And then we need to change this text to be green, right? So we can do that by just saying that container UL, and we want to get the list item, which is the first list item, so first child. Okay, first child, and we just want to change the color to, I think it's cyan. Let's just confirm that. Yeah, there we go, it's cyan. Okay, so save that, and there we go. Look at that, looking fantastic, isn't it? And notice how this image is the image and the text isn't really that aligned. You'd have to zoom in just a bit to look at it, but you know, once you've done it this long enough, then you can just look at it and you can tell. So let's fix that by saying the container ULLI, and then let's say display flex, and notice now they're kind of aligned. Now they're just, the image is just stretched out, right? But I want to say align item center so that the image is no longer stretched out, and now they are perfectly to the center. And then what I want to do is, let's say let's target the container ULLI IMG, so this slight image, and then let's say margin right of 0.2 rem. There we go. No, let's say 0.3 rem, 0.5. Yeah, that's much better. And then let me grab this and move this to the bottom. There we go. Looking fantastic. Okay, so let's go ahead and start this article finally. And for this article, I would need to give this a class name so that I can target it. So class name, sorry, this is class, no longer React. Okay, so this is a class of, let's say, avatar. Now, technically, I could just use the pseudo class names as I've just done here, but I don't want to do that because sometimes it becomes confusing. So avatar, let's go ahead and target the container with the class of avatar, like so, and then let's say display flex. Okay, and then align item center and justify content to the center. So not to the center, but to start, right? Because this is aligned to the left, isn't it? Yeah, this is aligned to the left, this is not to the right. Okay, and then let's go ahead and grab the image. So container avatar image, container avatar img. Let's say the width for this should be about 2 rem. Let's see how this looks. Nope, let's say 5. How much is 5? Let's say 4. And then let's have a border of 1 pixel, solid and white, like so. And then let's have a border radius of 50%, make it rounded. Fantastic. Now let me make this 2 pixels just so it's more visible. And then for the container avatar class, what I want to do is have a padding top of, what did I have on this UL? I had a padding top of 2 rem. Let's replicate that here. So padding top of 2 rem. Okay, so padding top, and of course you can use margin top as well if you want. You can say margin top and it still works. I just prefer using padding because this is my border. And then let's go ahead and let's go into this. You know, this image is still looking a bit big, so let's say 3 rem. Let's say 3.5. Okay, and then let's say margin right of 0.5 rem. No, let's say margin right of 1 rem. Okay, so that we're going to have this. Now we can target this text, and this text is inside the paragraph. So let me get this to be a span so that I can change the color of the span to white because the color is white inside here. So let's go ahead and say dot container dot avatar. Let's target the paragraph and let's target the span, and then let's change the color to white. And there we go. And probably the font weight as well. So font weight to 400. There we go. Just so that it's a bit more bold than the rest of it. And would you look at that, we have this already. Now technically this works, but when you scale it up, look at what happens. We do not want this to happen. We just want to limit it just a bit, right? So what I'm going to do is, let's first of all go inside this container. So let's go inside this container, and then let's say margin bottom of 1 rem. Okay, just push away this text a bit, and you know what, let me change this to 16 pixels, make it a bit bigger so it's more readable. Let me do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's begin adding our media queries to make it responsive. So I'm going to say add media for a min width of 500 pixels. Oops. What I want to do is target the container class and give this container a width of 450 pixels. Let's see how this looks. Let's see, look at that. Okay, so I'm already at 500 pixels as my screen is right now, right? So if I try to scale it up, look at what happens. Now it remains the same with the same width, right? But technically we don't want this to happen because we want this to move to the middle, right? So let me see if this will work. So margin of auto. Okay, pushes it back to the center. And then now what we need to do is, I just want to say, you know what, not margin auto, I want margin of 0 on the top, and then auto on the left and right. We should push it to the center, and then 1 rem on the bottom, which will push this text downwards as it was before. And technically this works, although I would like to show you something else that you can do. Okay, something else that you can do is this. Okay, you can say, you can remove this. Okay, and then you can say, let's see, you can target the body, right? And then you can say for the body, display flex, align it up center, justify content center, and then with the flex direction of column, and then you can set the height to 100 viewport heights, and this will still do this. But technically the reason why I don't like doing this, as you can tell, is that it does something that is hard to explain. Notice how I can scroll to the bottom. Now, even though the container starts right here, that you can tell that this is the container, if I keep on adding more and more content, then this is going to keep on pushing upwards and you won't be able to see the image. So what I mean is this: if I just go right inside here and add a paragraph that says Lauren 500, look at this, look at that. Now look at what happens. Now you can see that there is kind of a mistake here, right? Now that's why I don't like doing that. And in order to fix this, then you can add a margin on the top so that there's always going to be some margin on the top, but that's a bit of a hassle that I really don't want to get into. Okay, so let's remove this, and then let's go ahead and remove this as well. Okay, so this is just another way to center your divs. By the way, this is a way to center your items if you want to know about it. And then let's bring this back in, and there we go. So this is our preview card component, but let me just confirm something. Is this complete? Where's the preview? Active states. Okay, so we need this active state. Okay, so let's add the active states. So we need the active states on the h2, on the image, and on this text. Okay, so let's go where we had our span, and let's grab this, and then let's say for the span hover, then we want the color to go to cyan, like so. Okay, and then we want the cursor to be pointer, so cursor pointer. There we go. Fantastic. Let's target the h2, so that the h2 is right here. Copy this. Let's target the hover and set this color to cyan. Let's set the cursor to pointer, cursor pointer. There we go, looking fantastic. And then we need to add the same thing on the image. Now for the image, this might be a bit different. Where's the image? Didn't I style the image? I did not. Okay, so let's just say that for the container, and let's say this is a bit hard because we have multiple images in the container and we don't want to target all of them by accident. So let me give this a class of article-main-image, like so that I can target this image. So let's say container-main-image, and then I want to target the img. So let's say, let me try something. So for the hover, and I know this won't work actually, let me just say cursor pointer. This will work for the cursor pointer, but if I try to add a background color of cyan, then look at this, this doesn't happen anymore, right? Now let me see if I can do this, right? So I would need to add another div somewhere inside here, right? So let me add this div inside here, an empty div. Okay, and then let's go ahead into this class of main image. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, so I'm targeting the class of main image, like so, and then I'm going to say position this as relative, like so, and then I'm going to say for the container dot main dash image, dash image, and then I want to target the div inside. Then I want to say position this, position absolute with a background color of cyan, so cyan, like so. And then let's set the width to 100%, and the height, let me set this to, is it height 100% as well, or height auto? It confuses me a bit between height 100% and height auto. And then let's say z index, set this to 999 so that it's always on top. And now look at that now. So it's not height 100%. Let me set this to height auto. Now I can't see the div. Now that is actually a bad idea. Let me set the height to 500 pixels first of all. Okay, 500 pixels is right there. Okay, and then let's say, so it's position absolute, so let me set it to the top by 0. There we go. Look at that, looking amazing. Now let me test height 100% how it looks. Okay, so height 100% takes up the image only. Okay, and then now what we need to do is we just want the image to be visible. We want the image to be visible when we hover over it, right? So the image, so this background color we need to be cyan, but it would need to be transparent just a bit. So let's copy this, and then let's go here, let's paste this here, and then let's set it to an opacity of 75%. How does that look? Almost there, almost there, almost there. Let's see. It's almost there. Oh, there's an image in the middle. How did I miss that? So let's set this to height 60, opacity 60, sorry, and the image needs to be in the middle, right? So inside this div, what we're going to do is inside this div, I'm going to add an image, which is /images, and it should be icon view. Okay, so it goes there. Okay, and what we can do is, let me go inside the styles. Let me see whether I can do this. Sorry, let me see whether these styles are going to apply. So for the image, let me say display flex, align item center, justify content to the center. Where does that go? Goes nowhere because this is positioned absolute, right? So let me try this once again. So let me say position absolute. Okay, let's set it to the left by 50%. Okay, and then let's set to the top by 50%, which will take it to the center, like so. And then let's reset it, because technically this is to the center, but if you draw a line here and then draw a line here, the center meets right around here. Okay, but you don't want it to be here, instead you want it to be to the perfect center. So we need to reset this by saying transform and translate on the translate by -50% on the x-axis and -50% on the y-axis. And there we go. Now it's perfectly centered, right? Now when we hover over this, we need the cursor to be pointer. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. First of all, I would need this to be display none, right? So it's not going to be visible. And then when you hover over it, so let me copy this and say for the hover, we just want to say display block. Is that going to work? No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You know what? Not display none, sorry, but let's say opacity is 0. Okay, and then let's set this to opacity 1. There we go. Would you look at that? And now I don't want this pop-up. So let's first of all, let's add a cursor pointer, and then let's add a transition, right? So let's say transition the opacity property by 0.5 seconds, and then let's say is in out, and look at that. Wonderful. Would you look at it? This is looking quite nice. The transition is just a bit slow, so let me set this to 0.3 seconds just to make it just a bit faster. Okay, looking amazing. Now I've just noticed that, notice how the image ends right here, but this background color goes all the way there, right? So there's a bit of like an overlap. So let's try and fix that by going to the height and saying CSS has a function called calculate, right? So we can say calculate 100% of the image minus 10 pixels. Let's see how this looks. That's too big. Let's say -4 pixels, -4 pixels. Yeah, there we go. So 4 pixels works. And would you look at that, looking amazing. So yeah, this is going to be this project. So what I want to do is now create a GitHub repository, and then we're going to push it to Netlify, and then we're going to submit it. So let's go ahead and let's create a repository called NFT preview card component. So this is going to be the repository in case you want to take a look at it. It's going to be public. Okay, so NFT preview card component. Let me log into Netlify, and then let's copy this, and then let's create our commit. Okay, fantastic. So let's go ahead, let's do this. Okay, so let's say git, let's say git init, let's say git remote, let's say git add all, let's say git commit, and let's say NFT preview card component initial commit. Let's say git remote add origin and then let's paste in our link, and let's say git push -u origin main, which will push it to the main branch. Okay, so let's reload this and let's see what we have. Okay, so this is going to be our repository, and then let's just log in. This repository is called NFT preview card. So that's a new site from Git. We're going to get it from GitHub. Okay, and it's called NFT preview. Okay, and then we're going to select this repository, and then let's just say deploy, which is deploy site. Okay, as that loads, let me go into front-end mentor. Let me change this site name first of all. So change this item to TSB designs, let's say NFT preview. Okay, and the site should be live. There we go. Would you look at that? Looking amazing. Within seconds we have our live site. So let's go ahead and let's say submit solution. So repository URL, live URL. So this is the live URL. The repository URL is this right here. So paste this in, and then let's say NFT preview card component. Let's say mobile first. There we go. Okay, and we have this, and we can say submit solution, and let's see whether it works. Okay, would you look at that? So we have that. We have submitted our solution. We can view our solution. We can preview the site, or you can go to the repository, and it is looking amazing. Let's see how accurate we got. Oops, not so accurate, but hey, it works. Ours is just a bit bigger, but it looks nice as well. Okay, so thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next video. Goodbye. Hello guys, and welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be building a simple landing page using Create React App. And this is the final project that I deployed to Netlify, and you can see I just have the header component, the showcase, and a grid with 3 divs like you can see, and a footer as well. Now if I go to the login page, you'll see that once I click the login page, it will take me to a login route, and it will display a login form like this. And I forgot to add a placeholder right here, but that's okay. And once I go to the sign up page, it will display a sign up form for me, and with the sign up route as well, and it doesn't reload anything. As you can see, once I go back home, nothing reloads, but it only displays the component that actually is being shown. So we're going to do that with React Router DOM, and I'm going to show you how to set it up. But before we do that, I'd like to grab the images that we're going to be needing, and this will be coming from pexels.com, which I have open right here, pexels.com, and I'm just going to search for plain like that, and you can see this is the first image that I have. So I'm just going to click it, and I'm going to download the medium file, which will download to my desktop, and I need 3 more images, this being one of them. Download that, and then I'm also going to grab this one, grab that, and then for the final one I'm going to grab what do I do? I'm going to grab this one right here. Okay, so these ones will download to my desktop, and I'm going to show you where they will come in. If you need the repository, you can get it on my repository, and it's called travel-agency-website, and it's this right here that I deployed to Netlify using npm run build, and I'm going to show you how to do that. But for now, I just like to open up my terminal, and I'm going to say cd into my desktop, and I'm going to say npx create react-app, and I'm going to call it travel agency. And then once that runs, I'd like to cd into that folder. That folder is called travel-agency, and then once it cds into that folder, I want to open Visual Studio Code, so you can actually change these commands, and we can let that run. And once this finishes running, I'll be back and I'm going to show you how to set up our workspace. Alright guys, so as you can see, Create React App has finished running and it has opened Visual Studio Code for me. So I'm just going to close this window and close this as well and close that. And then I'm going to go into my desktop and actually grab the images that I downloaded, which are these four. And inside my source folder, I'm going to create another folder called assets, like that, and I'm going to grab this and just drop them into that folder. Oops, not like that, but grab these and drop them into this folder, like that. And then I'm going to rename these images because I don't want to have such long names. So I'm going to rename this to image 1, rename this to image 2, this to image 3, and this one to image 4, like that. Now before we begin, I just want to install my dependency, which is a React Router DOM. So I'm going to say npm install react-router-dom, like that, and then we can begin to clean up our files a little bit. So I'm going to go into my index.html file and I'm going to remove all of this, and then I'm going to remove everything from here up to the manifest.json, and then remove this comment as well. And for the title, I'm just going to say showcase travel agency, like that. Oops, cancel, like that. And then I'm going to go into my source folder and delete Our Css, app.test.js, logo spg, report web vitals, and setup tests. Just delete everything. And in index.js, I'm going to delete this, and then I'm going to delete this as well because we deleted it. And then in index.css, I'm going to remove this, I'm going to remove this and the margin right there. And in app.js, I'm going to remove everything in this div and just say return a fragment like that. And I'm just going to say what should I call this? Should I just say showcase, which we're going to create. This is a component that we're going to create, and up here I'm going to import React from React, like that. Now the first thing that I'd actually like to do is set up React Router DOM, which I've just installed. And if you look in the package.json, it's right here, version 5.2. Okay, so I'm just going to say there are a few things we're going to import, so we're going to say import, and because these are all named exports, they need to be in curly brackets, and one is called browser router, and we're going to give it an alias and call it router, and then we're going to import route as well, and then we're going to import switch, and all these are coming from React Router DOM, like that. Now the thing about this is that you have to wrap everything inside your router. So I'm just going to come up here and say router, like that, and just to set up my routes that I need, I'm just going to say root, like that. And now inside the root is where you'll place the component that you want to render for that particular route. So in this component, I'm just going to say I want to render my showcase instead, like that. So I'm just going to delete this from here. There are a few things that we're going to be adding up here, like we're actually going to add the header up here. So the reason why I'm adding the header up here and not inside a root is because I want the header to appear on every page, okay? And just below the closing router tag, I want to place my footer component, which we are going to create in a moment. So footer, like that. And then I want to set up another route, and this will be going to oops, I forgot to finish this. So the route takes up a prop called to, which is equivalent to href in HTML, and I want this to go to the root of the application, which is basically the home page. So in order to do that, all you need to do is place slash, like that. And I'm going to add another prop called exact. So what exact will do is that it will match it will match this route to be the home page, only the home page. And I think you'll understand that once I do this second one. For this second one, I want this to go to my login page, and it should render the login component like that. And if I were to remove this and run this application, well, it won't run because we don't have these components yet. But if you look at these two, technically these two routes are the same because they both have a slash. And if they both have a slash, then both of them will render on the same page, but I don't want that to happen, so that's why I have exact right here. And then we're going to set up another route, our final one, like that, and this should render the sign up component which we are going to create, and this should go to slash sign up like that. Now there's going to be a slight problem with this, but I don't think we are going to experience it in this project, so I'm just going to leave it like this. And the problem that we're going to have is going to be fixed with the switch, so I'm just going to show you what it is at the end of the video. Okay, so we actually need to create our header components and all these components that we want to show up. Okay, so I can create another folder inside my source folder and call it components, that, and inside my components I can create header.js, I can create showcase.js, I can create footer.js. What's the final one? Sign up. I don't have the login and sign up. Okay, so I can create login.js. Oops, not there, it should be inside here. And then sign up.js like that. Now right now they won't have anything, so I'm just going to be using my shorthand property right there, which comes from my extension called ES7 React Redux GraphQL and React Native Snippets. So it's because of this extension that I'm able to do the shorthand property that you just saw, which was RAFCE, and it generates a React arrow functional component and exports it as default like that. So for this I'm just going to say login component like that, and for the sign up I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm going to say sign up component. Spell that wrong, but that's okay. And this one is RAFCE, and I'm just going to say header, and this as well RAFCE. I'm going to say showcase, and for the footer same thing, and I'm going to say footer. So now we can run our application, we can start our development server, and I can say npm start like that, which will run our dev server, and then we can begin to work on everything as well. Okay, let me see. For the home page, we're going to have a couple of other components, such as like the destinations, where we had the grid showing the 3 images, and then we also want to display, actually it's only those two, so we're only going to need another component here called what should I say it, destinations like that, but we haven't created it and I don't want any errors, so I can just do that. I forgot to import them, so I can just say import all of these, import the header from, it's in the components folder and it's called header.js like that. We can copy that and paste it down for showcase, login, sign up, and the footer. Just change this and I just say showcase, and I say login, say login, and I say sign up, and I say footer like that, and you can see everything renders very nicely. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is actually start to work on my header for the header component. So I'm just going to go to my header, and I can close these down, close this, and for my header I want to return a fragment like that, and I'm going to say let it return a header component with a class name of header, and I want to return a div. Now inside this div we're going to have a link component. Now this link comes from React router DOM, so we're going to need to import it. And instead of href, this one takes 2 as well. Oops, what did I do? This is not 2, this is path. This is path, not 2. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's why these were showing. Okay, sorry about that. It takes the root takes a path prop instead of 2, so sorry about that. Then the link takes the 2 component, the 2 prop I mean. So for the header, I want this to be the home button, so I'm just going to set it to / and I'm just going to say home. Now let me show you what React router DOM does. Let me just fix this error. So link is a named export, so you need to place it in curly brackets again and say link from React router DOM like that. So if I were to change this, if I were to change this to /login, then you'll see the login component is right there. And the reason why we see this up top and the footer below is because in our app.js we place them out of the routes. As you can see, we place them outside. If I were to place this inside, for example, place this inside the login, then it will only show on the login component. And if I were to come and go back to my home, you see that the header doesn't show anymore. But I want the header to show on every page that is available on the website, so I can do that and it shows. And if I go to sign up /sign up like that, it should show the sign up component, which it doesn't. Oops. Anyway, we're going to deal with that, so no worries. So you can go back to the home page and we can begin to deal with the we can continue the header. So outside of this div, I want to create a nav with a class of navbar, and I want to create another list, and I'm going to place another link component. I'm going to set this to go to /login like that, and the text will be login, and then just copy this down and change this to sign up. This should be capital, place a space there like that. Okay, and you can see if I go to login, it will take me to the login page. If I click sign up, it will take me to the sign up page. What am I doing? This goes to path of sign up and login. That's okay. So let me just continue to deal with my home page, and I can say for the home page, the next thing that I want to actually do is my showcase. Okay, so for my showcase, actually let me just style everything all together. So I'm going to go in my index CSS and I'm going to reset everything. Oops, I'm going to reset everything, and I'm going to say margin of 0, padding of 0, and box sizing of border box like that. And I'm going to limit all the images to have a max width of 100%. And then once I do that, I want to say for my another list, I want the list style type to be none like that. And then we can begin to work on our header. Let me just deal with this header, and I say for the header, let everything display flex like that, align item center, and justify content to space between, so that they go end to end like that. And then I can actually give these links a class name. So I want to say I want this to have a class name of links like that. Just going to grab this and paste it down, paste it there and there as well. And then once I do that, I'm going to go in my index CSS and I'm going to target the header, and I'm going to target the links inside the header, the links class, and I'm going to say let them have a margin of 0 on the top and bottom and 10 pixels on the left and right like that. Let me just place some padding on the header so that this moves down. I'm going to say a padding of, I'm going to give that a padding of 20 pixels all around. Yeah, that should be good. And then for the links, I don't want this text decoration, the underline right here, so I'm going to say text decoration of none. And then I'm going to say the color should be white, which will make them disappear, but for now I'm just going to give this a background color of of black, but I want this of the header so that I can actually see it. But I'm actually going to change this background color. So the next thing that I want to do is work on my showcase component. So I'm just going to go to my showcase component like that. I'm going to remove this and change this into a fragment, and then place everything into brackets like that. And I'm going to say I want to return a section with a class of showcase like that. And then inside the showcase I want a div with a class of overlay. The reason for this is because I want to add a background color that is slightly opaque so that we can actually see the image, and so that the image is not too bright so as to be unable to read the text. So once I do that, I want to return a h1 saying showcase travel agency like that, and I'm going to return a paragraph saying book your flight and travel the world like that. Now on this showcase image, this is where I'll actually place my background image, so you can begin to style that right away. And I can go to index CSS and target the showcase, and I will say for the showcase I want a background of URL so that I can actually add the image, and this will be inside it's in the source folder and inside my my assets folder, and then it's called image1.jpg like that. Once I save that, it should appear. Image1.jpg background URL. Failed to compile. Then maybe this should not be there. It should be like that, and you can see our image is right in the background. So I actually want to add a height of 700 pixels to this. 700 is a bit much. Let's say 600. So it will go to the bottom, and you can see my image is going to the right. We're going to fix that in a moment. But then for the overlay, let me also add a few properties for the image. So I want the image not to repeat, so I'm going to say no repeat, and I want it placed to the center and to cover the page, that this will actually place it in the middle, and we can actually see the plane like that. And then I'm going to go inside my showcase class, and for the overlay I'm going to say I want the overlay to have a height of 600 pixels as well. And then I'm going to say let this display flex, which will display these two as flex items, as you can see. And then I'm going to say align item center, and then you can see it brings them down. The reason why it brings them down is because we have a height here. If I were to remove the height, then they will go back to the top. Okay, so and I'm going to say justify content to the center, and just because I don't want this to be side by side, I'm going to say flex direction of column like that, and it's looking nice already. Now I want to add I want this text to be white, but look what happens when this text is white. If I say color to white, you can see it becomes hard to read because of the clouds and because of the background image. So the reason why I have this overlay is because I want to add a transparent background to it, and I'm going to say background color of RGBA. That's how you add transparent background. This means red, green, blue, and alpha. The alpha value is the opacity of the color. So I just want to have a simple black color with opacity of 0.4. 0.4 is good enough. And then now I just want to style this text. So I'm going to go in my overlay class and grab the H1, and I'm going to say let this have a font size of 36 pixels. And then I can say padding bottom of 20 pixels. Let's see that. That one, it looks better for a mobile screen. Okay. The next thing that I want to do is actually add my destinations component, which as you can see I commented out here. So I can remove the comment, and I can go below here, and I'm going to say import destinations from /components, and it's called destinations, which we haven't created. So I'm going to just create it right away. You can see our application breaks. So I'm going to call it destinations.js like that. and I'm going to say RAFCE and just call this destinations. Misspelled it again, but that's okay. Okay, so now that you can see that it renders, we actually want to begin to add everything that should be inside. So I'm going to return another fragment here, and I'm going to say return a section with a class of grid, because I want the items to be a grid. And then inside the grid I want what do I want? I want an h3 saying we are currently in 46 countries with an exclamation, and then I can begin to add the divs, which will have a div with a class of what's it called? A div with a class of what do I call this? Grid slash items. That's very generic, not a good name, but okay. So I want inside now the div with the class of grid slash dash items, I want to return a div, and this div will have the image which we're going to get from these images that we have right here, and we're going to import them. And then below the image we're going to have an h4 saying something like where fly to Aruba, and then you can just generate some lorem ipsum 15 words, and then we can copy this div down, copy it 2 more times because we have 3 images, and you can say this is experience Mombasa, and this is savor Hawaii, like that, and the lorem ipsum will just remain the same because we don't need to change that. Now for the image, the source will be coming from my image 2 for this, and the source for this will be coming from image 3, and the source for this will be coming from image 4. Now if I were to save this, our application will break because it doesn't recognize these, so we actually need to bring our images in. So I'm going to say import image 2 from, it's coming from app1 folder into my assets, and it's called image2.jpg, like that. Copy this down, change this to 3, and change this to 4, like that. And once I save it, it should display our images like that, and it's looking very nice. Well, technically not very nice, but commendable. Okay, and then once we do that, now let me just add my footer so that I can style everything in my CSS once and for all. And I'm going to go into my footer component, and inside my footer I want to return a footer with a class name of footer, like that. And then inside the footer, let me just place this inside brackets, like that. You don't need to place them inside brackets, but if you don't place them inside brackets, then you always have to make sure that the return is always on the same line as your first component. Okay, but I just like to place brackets because it's a good convention. So for this, I only want to return a UL, 2 of them. So I'm going to say I want to be tied to anything, then React will throw a warning for us, and that warning during production becomes an error, which is just too much of a hassle, and I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to say for this, I'm going to say home, and then for this I'm going to say privacy policy, like that. And then I'm going to copy this down, and I'm going to say book your flight, oops, flight, like that. And then this I'm just going to say give away, like that, for our footer, and you can see that it renders very nicely. So we can close this, we can close this as well, and close our header and our app, and we can go into our showcase, and we can begin to style our destinations. So I'm just going to say destinations, and I want destinations to display as grid and grid template columns. For now, because this is mobile first, I want just to have 1 fraction each, but I want to test if this will work. So oops, I did something wrong. Destinations is inside the grid. Grid items are the ones that I should be, wait, it's a class of grid, It's a class of grid, not destinations. Grid, like that. And you can see that it actually works. It actually works. So we're on track. So for this, I want to have padding of 50 pixels all around, 50 pixels, which will just push them inside. And then for the H3 right here, I want it to text align center. So I'm going to say for the grid H3, I want text align center, and I want to increase its font size to 30 pixels. And I want the color to be slightly gray, like that. And then we can add a padding on the bottom of 20 pixels so that it pushes down from this. And then we can begin to style our grid items, I mean. So for our grid items, I actually have to go into the grid items class and then target my h4s and my paragraphs. So I'm going to say, what can we do? I'm going to say for the grid, and I want the grid items class, grid items, and let me just check this. They are divs, okay? So I want the actual divs, and I want them to have a background color of slightly gray. So F1, like that. As you can see, they are a bit gray. Then I want to separate them by adding a margin of 20 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right, which will separate them, as you can see. And then I can add some padding all around of 20 pixels. Once I add the padding of 20 pixels, I want to add a border radius for them, border radius. So I'm just going to say a border radius of 10 pixels, like that. And then I can begin to separate this text from one another. So I can just grab this and say for the H4, I want padding of 10 pixels on the top and bottom, or maybe 20 pixels and 0 on the left and right. No, that's too much. 10 pixels, like that. And let me increase the font size to 22 pixels. And then for my paragraphs, let me just grab that. For my paragraphs, I want a line height of 1.8, which will just separate them a bit, like that. Makes it look much better. And then I want these images to also have a border radius, so I can do that by targeting the images. Just grab that and saying for the images, I want a border radius of 10 pixels. And look at that, it's looking very nice, very nice. Okay, and that's it for this really. Now we can begin to work on our footer. So for the footer, I want the footer to have a dark background color of, how do I keep doing that, of 333, like that. Let me add some padding of 30 pixels all around, and then I can say display flex, I can say align item center, align item center, and justify content to space between, like that, which will push them away. And then I can say for the actual let me just check the footer. For the actual list items on the footer, so I can say the footer for the UL and the LI, I want a margin of 10 pixels on the top and bottom for each, like that. And then we can begin to style the buttons on the footer. As you can see, they are buttons, so you can just do that by targeting the buttons. Grab that and say for the buttons, I want a background color of transparent, and I want some padding around them. I want the padding to be 8 pixels. Okay, so once I add the padding, I'd like to remove some of the default stylings of the button. So I'm going to say, let me remove the border, set that to none. Let me have a cursor of pointer. Let me place the font family of inherit, like that. Let me say a letter spacing of 1 pixel, and then let me also have a border radius of 5 pixels. Let me save that and see how it looks. Okay, let me just set the color to white like that, and that looks nice. So I'd like to have a hover effect on these buttons, so I'm just going to grab this and say that for the hover, I want the background color to be, let me just select it, it's around this color, right about there. Yeah, that looks nice. And let's just add a transition on the background color of 0.4 seconds, and we're going to say is in out, and let's just have a delay of 0.4 seconds as well. Okay, see that? And now that delay isn't nice. Just remove that delay, and we're going to say, yeah, that looks very nice. That looks very, very nice. So let me just move this down, and then we can begin to work on our media queries for the home page. And this is very simple. The only media query that we're going to be needing to change is actually just for this grid, and maybe just increase the text size for this on bigger widths. So we can do that very easily, and we can say begin to add a media query at about 768 pixels, and I'm going to say just do that, and I'm going to say media min width of 768 pixels. I want the showcase, and I want the overlay class into the showcase, and I want the h1 to have a font size of 46 pixels, too small, 64. That looks better. And then I want the paragraph to also increase font size, and I want the font size to be 22 pixels like that. And then to target this grid, I actually need to remember where I placed it. It's grid items, so just grab that and say for now we're going to need to display this as a grid with grid template columns repeating 2 and 1 fractional each, like that, as you can see. And then to separate them, you just need to add a grid gap like that, gap of, let's say, 30 pixels. That looks nice, as you can see. And then you'll notice that the images aren't of the same height, so to correct that is very simple. You can just paste that and say for the div I want the images and I want the height to be 150 pixels, and I want the width to be 300 pixels, like that. And you can see they're now the same height, so they look very nice, very, very nice. Okay, and once we do that on bigger widths, you'll notice that this remains nice, but the image will go up as we're going to correct that. And then we also want this now to display as 3 fractional columns, so we can do that easily by saying for let's say media of min width, let's say 992 pixels. CSS isn't case sensitive, so this is fine. And I'm going to say for the showcase, and in fact my format will correct this. For the showcase, where I added the image, right? Remember this, where I added the image, I'd like, instead of displaying it center, I'd like now to display it top. So I can do that by saying for the showcase, I just want the background position to display top, like that. And once we do that, you can see that now it goes to the top, but this doesn't look very nice. I can correct that by increasing the height of this, both of them, and I'd say 650 pixels, like that, and that looks much better. That looks much better. And just to target this grid now, I'm going to say for the grid items, this one right here, all I need to do is now change the grid template columns to display 3 1 fractional each. So I'm just going to say grid template columns display 3 and 1 fractional each, like that. And you can see it's looking very nice. And I'm going to just add my let's say text align center. Yeah, text align center does the job, and it's looking very nice. I like this space on the side, so I don't really think this is a big deal, and I actually like how it looks. Now if we are to go to our login page, you'll notice that our header will appear and our footer will also appear, because as we set it in our app.js, let me just remind you, app.js, we set the header to appear outside of our roots as well as the footer, as you can see. So styling these two pages is going to be fairly easy because I'm going to be using the same classes. And let me just do that, my login component, and then I can go into my login, which is right there, and remove this and change this to a fragment, and then I can return a section with a class of showcase. Now the reason why I want a class of showcase right here is because I wanted to use the same image from my app.js, which is this, not from my app.js but from my showcase.js, which is this image right here. So I want this image to be consistent through the application, as you can see. So what I'm going to do is just give it a class of showcase and give it another class of login, login like that. And then inside this class I want to have I want to have a div with a class of overlay again, which will just take the same styling as the one from our showcase. And I'm going to now return a form with a class of form. Just give it a class of form, and then inside the form we want a few inputs, just 2 of them, because this is the login page. I want an input with a type of email like that, with a name of email, and an ID of email, and a placeholder text saying your email address, and we're just going to set it to required, like so. And then we're going to need another input with a type of password, like that, with a name of password and an ID of password like that. Set a placeholder saying enter your password, and then we're going to set this to required as well. And then I'm going to set up a button with the type of submit, which will be the submit button for the form, and I'm just going to say log in like that. And you can see it takes up the styles, and we don't have to add any more styles to this. So the only thing that we're going to be doing is styling the form right here. But before I do that, I just like to copy everything from this return to the end of the closing bracket of the return, and copy this and paste it into my sign up, because it's practically the same thing, and we are going to be reusing the classes, but we are going to add some more inputs for the sign up. For example, we need an input of type text, which will be the name of username like that, with an ID of username. And then we're going to set this to required, and remember to place a placeholder text saying username. And then for the username, this is the input. For the password, we actually need another password for confirm your password. So just going to change this to name to password 2, ID password 2, and this to confirm your password. I set that to required as well, and we're going to say create your account like that. Looking very nice. And we go to the sign up, it should take up the same what did I do in our app.js. I'm going to show you how to fix this. This is the error that I was talking about. Okay, so let me just style this form for now. Let me see how this looks. Alright, sorry about that, there was a plane passing overhead. So let me just go back to my login page, and we can begin to style this form. And I'm going to say it's inside a showcase class, but I'm going to use the login class instead, so that it doesn't conflict with my actual showcase class. So I'm going to say the login, and I just want to target the form. So go above the media queries, place this and say for the login. And I'm going to say for the login, I want the form, and I want the inputs, actually the inputs. And I'm going to say let this have some That's a lot am I doing. I want the form to display flex and set it to flex direction of column so that these go downwards. So I'm just going to say display flex direction of column like that. They'd go downwards, and then I can target the inputs. So I'm going to target the inputs like that, and I'm going to say let them have a margin of 5 pixels on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. Let them have a width of 90 viewport widths because this is a smaller screen like that. Oop, that's too much. 70, 80. I think 80 is fine. And then you can say let them have a padding of 12 pixels all around. We can say a border radius of 10 pixels, and let's say a border of none. Look at that, looking nice. And you can say let them have a font family of inherit. You can say font weight to 700 so it becomes bold, and we can say letter spacing to 2 pixels, and look at that, it's looking very nice. And then I actually want to change the placeholder text how it looks, so I can do that by just targeting the input again and placing a double colon and saying placeholder, and I want the font weight to 700 as well. Oops, did I do that correctly? Did I do this correctly? Font size, let me see, font size of 20 pixels. Then why isn't it changing? It's a font weight of, okay, the color is different. So I can set this color to black. Really? And this doesn't change, color to black. And there you go, that's what I wanted. Okay, and then we can now begin to style our button as well. So to do that, I just going to go into my form once again and target my button and say let it have a padding of 8 pixels with a border of 2 pixels solid, and I want this color. And then I'm going to say font family, set that to inherit. Inherit. I'm going to say font weight of 700 as well, and I want the text transform. I want the button to be uppercase, so I'm just going to set that to uppercase, and I'm going to say a border radius of what did I place on the input? What is on the input? 10 pixels. 10 pixels. Okay. Save that. Let's see. Oops. Forgot a semicolon. Wait, what? Did I do that wrongly again? Login form, and it is a button. What am I doing? Button of type submit. Why isn't this working? Why isn't this working? Okay, it looks like, okay, there you go. Why weren't you working? Okay, so this works. I want to remove this background color, so I'm going to set my background color. I'm going to set that to the same color as my border, like that, and I'm going to set my text color to white, like that. Okay, looking nice. Next, I just want to target the hover effect for the button. I'm going to go that and say for the hover, I want the cursor of pointer, and I want the background color to be transparent like that. And I'm going to add a transition for the hover effect, and I'm going to say transition the background color by 0.4 seconds. And yeah, that's looking very nice. Now let me just add some margin on the button so that it can actually be the same margin that is on the inputs. So I'm going to say, let me just say margin top of 5 pixels. Then just move this up like that, and it's looking nice already. And that is our login page. Next we just need our let me add a media query for the login page, because this will span, what was it, it will span 80 viewport widths, even on higher widths, as you can see. I don't want this to happen, so I want to add a media query for the login, so that when it reaches 992 pixels, I want the login and the form, I want the inputs to have a width of 60 viewport widths, 50 is good enough. As you can see, it's looking nice already. So now let's deal with this, and this error is coming from our React router. The reason why we are seeing double header and one footer is because in our React router, I think it's detecting both routes. Let me see, I'm not quite sure though. Alright guys, so the reason why I have my header showing twice here is because if you look in my app.js, you probably got this error already, but if you look at my app.js, I have my component well and good right there, but in my import, I import sign up from header, so this should be coming from sign up, and that's the reason why I have double header like that. And once I save that, as you can see, because we already created this and we're using the same styles as the login, you can see it directly just imports everything, which looks very nice. Now I've just seen something. Let me just add some spacing for the letter spacing on the button right here, and I can do that by going to my button. Where's my button? Right here, and I can say letter spacing of 1 pixel, 2 pixels, like that. And you can see it provides some little HTML validation, which is not really great, you know. And you can see it also gives you an option to use a suggested password, which will automatically get saved in your Google account. And then let me see, on bigger widths, as you can see, it also displays very nicely, very nice. But maybe I can add this margin just a bit. Let me say a margin of 8 pixels, push apart a bit. I think that would be fair, that would be nice. And then the final thing that I want to do is add a custom error page, okay, because as you can see, if I am to go to another route that doesn't exist, you see, we get this, we only get this. So I'd like to set up my custom error page so that I can display some kind of, you know, prompt somewhere or some kind of text. So I can do that by setting up another route, and I can say route, and this will be displaying the error component that we're going to be bringing in a few, and the path for this will be to everything. So everything else that doesn't match any of these three will show an error page. So that's what this means. And I can bring in my error saying import error from components/error, like that. And then I can create my error component and say error.js and just RAFCE, and I'm going to return a div with an h1 saying looks like this page doesn't exist, like that, as you can see right there. Now I'm going to add some inline styling for this so that I can just style it to take up 100 viewport heights for the entire thing, and we don't have to see this, like, you know, we don't have to see this on mobile screens or even on computers. So in order to add inline styles, I just say a style like that and place double curly brackets, as you can see, and then I can say for the height, and remember this is JavaScript, so this is a height of 100 viewport heights, and then I'm going to say display as flex, and then I'm going to say justify content, rather align items to the center. So because this is JavaScript, we have to use camel case, okay, remember that. You can see this page doesn't exist like that. And then let me give this a class name of showcase, so that it can take up the image as well. Looks like this page doesn't exist. And then I can change this color to white, and I can say place a comma and say color to white, and I can say font size, set that to 30 pixels like that. Looks like this page doesn't exist. Let me just add a background color for this so that it can look better, and I'm going to say background color and set that to should I do? 333. Oops, what am I doing? Wait, why is not working? Instead of doing that, really I can just do, I can cheat a bit, and I can say let me give this a div with the class of overlay, so I can just use my overlay that I had. As you can see, looks like this page doesn't exist, and I can change this height to 650 pixels instead of 100 viewport height, so that this space at the top and at the bottom doesn't exist. And you can see it's looking very nice already. Let me just add something like text align and set that to the center, and it's looking nice, very nice. Okay, so this is our custom error page, as you can see. So what I'd like to do is what did I want to do? Change the header. Okay, yeah, change the header color. So I can go back to my header, where was it? My header right here, and I can set a background color, change this to the blue that I have right there, and I'm going to grab this color and go into my public folder and into my index.html and set this color as the theme color. This theme color is the color that will appear on the address bar on mobile screens. Once I save that, it should change the color. Save this CSS, and you can see the background color changes. Okay, looking very nice. So I think, oops, this is an error. In order to fix this, because we don't want this error page to appear on our home page or any other pages, in order to fix that, we need to go back to our app.js and use this switch that we imported, and we're going to map everything inside our routes, and we're going to place them inside a switch like that. Once I save that, this should disappear. As you can see, it's looking very nice. So what this switch does is it will match the first route that matches, and then it will display the components that you need for that route only. So that's why that error page disappears, and that's why we also need the switch right there. And you can see it's looking very nice. It's looking very, very nice, very nice. Okay, let me just confirm something, and let me show you something. If I were to do something like let me say use state, if I were to of your application, then for the servers where you'll be publishing them, most of them will reject, and it will take this warning as an error. For example, for the Netlify. So if you ever have a warning in your console, make sure to always check, otherwise your build will be rejected during deployment. Okay, now we can stop that, and we can create our build. Now if you look inside our git ignore, let me just close this. Inside our git ignore, we have node modules right there. Let me close these many files. Okay, inside our git ignore, we have node modules, have PNP, PNP.js like that, and we also have a build. So what the git ignore does is that it doesn't publish everything that is placed inside this file. As you can see, we have /node modules, so it won't publish the node modules, and that's why you see it's grayed out as it is, like it is. And if I were to add maybe public to this folder, /public, then the public will also be ignored, but we can't do that because this is our entry point, this is our index.html. And then we also have the slash build, first slash build. Now this will also get ignored when like pushing to GitHub, for example, but that's okay. That's exactly what we want because we don't want to push this to GitHub. So I'm going to say npm run build like that, and you'll see it creates a build folder for me like that, which will be grayed out as well because it's in the git ignore. And this build is actually what you can drag and drop into Netlify, and it will serve your application. Or you can just go to Netlify and import your site from GitHub, and then connect it to Netlify, and Netlify will run your npm build for you, and it will serve your website. And that is the one that I was showing you for the during the introduction. Okay, so I think that will be it for this video. As you can see, we have used React Router for our routing right here, and you can see it's looking very nice. If you are to use a tags instead of links, then our page will reload, and that will just it takes away the whole meaning of using React, because React is what we call a single page application. It's used for single page applications, that's what I mean. As you can see, it's looking very nice, very fast, and React is fast by default, and it's everything like that. So thank you guys for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please leave a like, and if you saw anything that I can improve on, or maybe you caught any error, just leave it in the comment sections and I will read it, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Just before I begin, I would like to confirm that we are indeed live, so that I don't have to make a mistake that I once made. Okay, we are live, so I can close this down and we can begin. So hello everyone, welcome back to the video. I'm going to be uploading this to YouTube, but this is currently a live stream on Twitch. Today we are going to be building a book application using the New York Times API. So if you head over to developer.newyorktimes.com, so developer.nytimes.com, you should get a page similar to this, and on your top right you should have a sign in button if you're not signed in. But as you can see, I'm already signed in, so I have my email. So we are going to be looking, let me just go over this. So we are going to be using the books API, this API specifically, in order to generate a list of I think the top 15 bestseller books, the bestseller hardcover books which are available on Amazon, I think so. And that's just basically going to be our application. And then I think in a later video I'm also going to cover the article search API, but this is a bit more extensive, and this is going to be a short stream, so I didn't want to cover this in this video. And I think this offers a bit more functionality, such as like searching for articles, sorry, by titles or something like politics, or and such and such. So if I look into the books API, we should get something like this, and primarily the API call that will be executing is this right here, because as you can see, it returns hardcover fiction.json, as well as our API key, which I'm going to show you where we can get that in a moment. And that's basically it. And as you can see, it also offers a bit more functionality where you can search for books by the author name right here. So for the author, so this is Stephen King, and you can get all the books, the bestseller books that are written by Stephen King. Okay, so as you can see, all the API calls really need an API key. So how do we really get that? Once you sign in and validate your email address, then you can come over here and just click here and go to apps. And this is the page that you saw me clicking away, because I wanted to show you what it really is. So when you go to this page, because this is going to be technically a new account for you, or maybe most likely, then you won't see any applications listed here. So what you have to do is go to new app right there, and then give the name of the application. So I can say here, because this is a test, and then I'm just going to say test app. or application. And then because we're using the books API, I'm going to go into books API right here, right here. And then I'm going to say enable. And because this is basically the only API that that we're going to be using, and you can see the description is that get New York Times bestsellers list and look up book reviews. So once I have this enabled, I can say create. And then once it is created, you can see that our API key is now listed here, and this is it. So I'm just going to copy this to show you that it actually works. So I'm going to copy this, and I don't want to reveal this, so I'm not going to click this because it will reveal a secret. And then once I do that, I'm going to go back into APIs and then into books API, and then I'm just going to grab this first call right there, and I'm going to go here, and then in the address bar, as you can see, because it says invalid API key, I'm going to go and replace this with our API key, and we should get this. So as you can see, the number of results that we get, oops, didn't mean to click that. So the number of results that we get per page are 15 from the New York Times, and they're all hardcover fiction, and we get so much information from this. Okay, so that's basically what we're going to be doing in this application. And just to be on the safe side, by the end of this video, I'm going to get a new API key because I don't want, I don't want to get hacked, so to say. So I'm going to go back into my applications page right here, and then I'm going to delete this test because we don't need it. So I'm going to delete it. And then because this is the application name that I gave, I'm just going to copy this API key. I'm going to copy it, and then remember I'm already running my React server. You know what, I should probably start by saying that in the beginning of the video. Okay, so what I did was I created a new React app using npx create React app, and then I called it books app, as you can see, and all I have basically are the default files that come with create React app. So that's really all for this. And then what I'm going to do is where was where was it? In my APIs, first of all, I need to grab the link. So I'm just going to grab all of this. I'm going to go to this HTTPS, and then I'm just going to leave it hanging for a moment. And then I'm going to go into my React application. And inside my React application, because it's generally not a good idea to commit your API keys to GitHub. So what I'm going to do is, in the root of my application, once this is finished canvassing, is that I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it .env. So I'm going to create a .env file like that. And then inside this .env, I'm going to place a variable which will link to my API key. And this is my API key, as you can see. So just cut that out. And this variable, I'm going to call it React, so capital React underscore app underscore books underscore API underscore key. And then this will equal to my API key. Oops, what did I do? This should be here. Okay. So this will be my .env file. And the reason for this .env file is because Node.js allows us to access the variable inside this file in our application without compromising our API key. And it allows us to do that using process.env. And I'm going to show you how we can substitute this to our actual in our actual application. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do before I forget really is I'm going to go inside here, and I'm going to grab this link because we are going to use it to fetch our data. And I'm going to install a few dependencies. So let me open up my terminal, and I'm going to install a few dependencies. I'm going to install React icons. So npm install React icons dash save, and then I'm going to install Axios as well, which we're going to use to fetch our data. And then what else? I think it's those two. I think those are the primary ones that we need. So I'm just going to install them. And then as this runs, I'm going to perform some cleanup. So I'm going to remove everything inside here. I'm going to return a div. Oops. I'm going to return a div with an h1 that says books app. And then I'm going to remove this import above, and then I'm going to close this, and I'm going to delete app.css, and then it's taking a while to run. It does this sometimes. See, it's saying not responding. It does this sometimes, so you just have to wait. Okay, so once I'm also going to delete app.test.js, and I'm going to delete logo, and then report web, and then setup tests, and then in my public folder I'm going to delete this logo. Oops, I'm going to delete this logo, the manifest, and probably the robots.txt, but that's not really necessary. Okay, let me just delete it. And then in my index.html, I'm going to perform some cleanup where I don't like these comments. I'm just going to remove these comments, and we have deleted the manifest JSON, so I'm going to delete this as well, and then delete this final comment, and then change this title to books list app using New York Times API, and then just copy this and replace this description right there like that, and this can remain black. I don't really mind this black on the New York Times API. Okay, so once I save that, then we should be almost good to go. Our title has changed right there. And before I forget, what am I forgetting? I copied the link somewhere. Let me just confirm. I copied this link. I need this link, so copy this link, and then I'm going to create a component inside my source folder and in a new file, and I'm going to call it capital B, so books, capital B, books.js, and then inside in books.js I'm going to say RAFCE, which will generate a React arrow function component and export it as default, just like this. And once I do that, I'm just going to copy this URL, const URL. You don't need to do this because this is basically so that I don't have to keep on copying from there in case I have to copy another thing. So inside this, I need to set up my state values first of all, because we need to populate our state values, and then we need to fetch our data using Axios. So we also need the use effect hook, which I need to import. So I'm going to say import use state for our state values, and then I'm going to import use effect for our effects, which is basically to fetch our data. And then once we do that, I'm going to right away set up my state values, where I'm going to say const, and what we call this, books, and set books, and this will be use state by default, and by default, as you can tell, it's going to be an empty array, because basically we are going to populate this array once we fetch our data from Axios. And I've just remembered that I need to import Axios, so I'm going to say import Axios from Axios, like that. And then once we do this, we actually need to now fetch our data. Let me just confirm that this has finished running, right? It has finished running, and if I check in my package JSON, then I should be able to see Axios right there and React icons right there. Okay, so let's work on how we fetch our data in Axios, right? Because we'll be performing a GET request to this link right here, where we'll substitute your key with our actual API key in our .env file. Okay, so how do we do that? I'm going to say use effect, set up my callback function, and then set up an empty dependency array so that it only runs once. And then I'm going to create a function inside here that fetches our data. So I'm going to call this function fetch books. Very simple. And this is going to be an asynchronous function, right? So this asynchronous function, I like asynchronous functions because their syntax is so much easier for me to remember. Though the downside of this is that as asynchronous function are something that is fairly new to most browsers. So browsers like Internet Explorer don't really understand this, but then they understand the what's it called, the promises, the fetch, catch, then syntax. Okay, and what I'm talking about, just to show you what I'm talking about, is something like this, where we would say fetch, and we are fetching our URL. So fetch the URL, and then once we fetch the URL, then we say then, and then inside here, then we say then, which I don't really like because it's such a long syntax, and you know, but it's basically all preference. This is not me hitting on the other syntax. It's just basically all preference. So inside here, I'm going to say these are the synchronous functions. So I'm going to set up my response, and I'm just going to say const res equals to await, because it's a synchronous function. We need to use the await keyword. So we are awaiting axios dot get, and then we are getting this URL. So I'm going to grab this from here, so cut it out and then paste it inside here and remove this. Now the reason why I'm pasting it inside here is because I want to substitute this with our API key which we have in our .env file. So I want this to be substituted into here. And because we're using template literals, notice that these are backticks and they're not single quotes or double quotes. Then it means we can set up variables directly inside a string using the $sign and the curly brackets. And once I do that, I can call on process.env and then dot, and then I need to give the same name that I gave to my my API key. So I'm going to grab this, copy this, and then I'm going to paste it inside here, and like that. So once we do this, once we run this, then Node.js is going to access our API key because we have called on process.env. And once we do this, I've just remembered that I don't want to commit this file to GitHub. So I'm going to go into my git ignore and write where. Let me just go below this, and I'm going to say, in miscellaneous, okay. I'm going to say ignore the .env file, and you should notice that it should be grayed out. So it's grayed out, so which means it's now being ignored. And if we commit it to GitHub, then our API keys will be safe, they won't be visible. Okay, once we fetch our data, then I need to call this function so that it actually runs. So right outside this, I'm going to say fetch books. And then just to confirm that we're actually getting our data, I'm going to console log what we get back, and I'm going to console log res.data. And that should be enough, really, but let me turn on h1 that says books. So I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to go into my app.js and import this component. And right at the top, I'm going to say, right at the top, I'm going to say import books from books. From books. From ./books. There you go. And then I'm going to render it inside here and just say books, like that. So let me save that and let me go into our application. There's no such file. Let me go into my index.js and remove this. I forgot to remove this and this. And let's save that. And it should run now. Let's see. And we have books, which is basically what we're getting from this h1 right here. And let's check our console to see if anything is being logged. So I'm going to go into my console right there, and failed to server responded with status unauthorized. I think the reason for that is because it doesn't currently understand where this variable is coming from. So I need to stop my server and then restart it, really, npm start. And then once this restarts, then it should be able to access this our .env file. So let me close this. Let me close that, and then we can wait for this to start. Okay. And then once it starts, we should be able to see some data in our console. So let me check that. And in our console, then we get an object right there. So notice that we get an object because technically this is an object. Okay, this isn't really a good example. So let me substitute my API key. Let me grab this and then substitute it in my address bar right there, where we should now be able to fetch some data. So notice that this is an object. It's a JSON object, right? And the data that we are really interested in is the books data, which is an array, which is everything inside here all the way down to the end, all the way down to here, because this is the closing array. Now, in order to access this array, then we need to go into, because we have res.data, which is basically this that we're fetching. So we need to go into res.data, and then we go into the results objects, because the books array is inside the results object. So I'm going to go back into my application, and I'm going to say res.data.results.books, and then let's console log that. So once I save this and it reloads, then I should be able to see an array in my console instead of an object. So let me save that and reload this. Okay, there you go. So we have an array of 15 items. So this is basically all that we need, because as you can see, this is we have the rank last week, and this isn't really showing everything. We have the links to where you can buy the book. We have the contributor, we have the author, we have the book image, and we have the description. And where's the title? The title is right here. Okay, so it's looking nice, and we can now work with this data. So what I'm going to do is just squeeze this up a bit, and then I'm going to close this sidebar, and then I'm going to open my VS Code just a bit. Oops. Well, you know, let me push this right there. Yep, so that I can destructure my data while just looking at this instead of keeping on to switching screens. Okay, so one thing that we need to do is that, because this is only a console log and we don't really have access to this data in our state values, so what I need to do is grab this function and set this function into this, so that it can populate the use state, which will then populate our state value right there. So I'm going to say set books into res.data.results.books. And I know you might be wondering, where is this data coming from? Because we're using Axios, then we get access to a data object, which then is actually the how do I say, which is basically the JSON object that we get back. Yeah, that's the word, the JSON object that we get back. So once I do this, then let's see. Okay, so this is populating my state value, which means I can now come inside here. Let me just leave this h1, and then let me remove this the div and return a fragment instead. And below the h1, I'm going to return a section. And inside this section now, because this is now technically an array that we have populated with this data, then I can map over this books data, the books array. So I'm going to say books.map, and then for every book, right, I'm going to destructure a few things, and this will all be coming from book, right? So I'm going to destructure what? I'm going to destructure the age group. Let me start with age group, and then I'm going to destructure the author, right? And then we need the book underscore image, and then we need the the by links. Now notice that by links is also an array, so we will need to do something more in order to access this, but for now we can just have this, and I'm going to show you what we're going to do. Oops. Once you have by links, then we need the description, so description, and then we need the price, and then we need the primary ISBN, so primary underscore ISBN 10. Okay, and then we need the publisher, and then the rank, and I think rank will be our key. So once we get the rank, we need our title, right? And that's basically all the data that we'll need. So I'm going to set up my return once more, and I'm going to return an article this time with a key of rank. And if rank isn't unique to all of them, then we are going to have to look for another key, which most likely is going to be the ISBN, because the ISBN, I think, should be unique for every key, right? So how do we structure our data? First of all, I want the image of the book, right? And then the title, and then the description, and then basically all of the information. So that's easy enough. So I'm going to return a div, and inside this div, I'm going to return an image, and the source for this will be book underscore image. And in case the image fails to load, then I just want to return the title of the book. So I'm going to return the title right there. And then once I return this, then I want to return another div, and this other div is going to have an h3 that says the title of the book, and then below this I'm going to have a paragraph that says description, like that. So let me save this just to show you what we get back, and we should get back something like this. So we have James Patterson, we have the title right there, and we have the book. Oh, and I've just realized because I want to use Tailwind CSS, I will need to grab Tailwind CSS because it's so much easier to style it with Tailwind CSS. So once we have this, then I'm going to say I can now push this to the side even more. Right. Oops. So once I get all of this, then what do I need to do? I want the author to appear below the paragraph, right? And then let me just have a small tag, not really a small tag, but another paragraph here, a paragraph that says the author, and then I'm going to have another UL outside of the div. I'm going to have a UL with the list items, how many are remaining, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bylinks is an array, so I want to deal with this separately. So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to return 4 list items like that. And the first one is going to be, let me place this full screen because switching back and forth is kind of getting annoying. Place this to the side, and I'm going to say what, like that. So the first thing that I want to get is the age group, age_group, right? And then I want to get the price. No, that's not how I want to structure it. Let me get the primary ISBN 10, right? And then let me get the publisher. Let me move the publisher up top, the age group below this. Okay, what do I want to do? What it is I want to do? Let me turn a list item here and just say the price. And then because this is an array, I want to deal with it differently. I'm going to say return a UL here, and then inside this UL I'm going to place some curly brackets so I can perform some array methods. So I'm going to say by_links.map, and then I'm going to say that for every link I want to grab some few things. So I'm going to destruct it because it's easier. This is coming from link, and I want the structure. What do I want to be structure? Let me see. In by links we have name and URL. Okay, name and URL. So I want to destructure the name and URL. I'm going to say name and URL like that. And once we destructure that, then I want to return a div, right? Really, I want to return a div with the key. This should have return. Okay, so we are returning a div right there, and this div will have the key of name, and then inside this div I'm going to return a list item that says the name of the what's it called, the company where we're going to buy the book, and then another list item that says the URL to the link. Oops, not a list item here, but an href. This should be an href because it's a URL. So href is going to be equal to the URL, and then right here I'm going to say buy now. Let me just say that buy now, or rather than buy now, let me return structuring this is actually quite hard because I'm doing it all in my head. Div with the key. Let me save this. Let's see what we get back. So we have this is the link to buy it. So what I'm going to do is go back into here and remove this. move the first one so that we no longer have the list items, except that we have only the links to the buy. And let me just place a flag here and say buy now. Oops, that's not what I want. I want this paragraph to be above here, so that it's at the top only at the top. So buy now. And this is, I think this is the price, right? The price 00. Is it 00 for everyone? If it's 00 for everyone, then I don't want to return it. Let me just close this and then let me move this. Okay, so let me just add some flags so that we actually know what kind of data this is. So where is it? This is going to be the title, this is the description, the author. So right here I'm going to say publisher. Oops, I don't know how to spell. Excuse me. This is publisher, this is ISBN, and then this is age group, like that. And once again, if the audio isn't clear enough, please you can just ask me and I'll try to tinker with it so that it becomes a bit clearer. So let me save that and let's see if it reflects. And we have publisher, ISBN, and age group, and this age group is empty, so it should just return empty. Really, is it empty for all of them? If it's empty for all of them, then I don't really need this, because it's basically like irrelevant information. So remove this. Okay, now that we have all of this, then we don't need the console anymore, but I need cdnjs.com so that I can grab my tailwind cdn, tailwind css, copy the link tag, go into my public folder, close this down, and in index.html just paste it inside here, and it should automatically reset a few things, as you can see. So it's quite a breeze to work with it. So let me place this back to the side and we can begin styling out our application. So how do we do that? Let me go into this h1, give this a class name. Oops, give this a class name of font bold and text center and text 4XL and padding on the Y, so on the top and bottom of, let's say 10. This happens. Okay, let me reduce this to 5, and then inside this section give this a class name of grid, and the grid columns to be 1. And then once we have grid columns 1, let me add a grid gap of 10, and let me add a padding on the X of 5 so that this push inwards. Oops, so this push inwards like that. Okay, looking nice, almost manageable. And then now let's go into our image. Let me give this image a class name of because I don't want it to appear on the side, instead I want it to appear on the center of everything. So I'm going to say block so that it becomes a block element, and I'm going to say margin of the X of auto so that it centers like that. Let me reduce the width to about 75%, so width 9/12. No, not good. Let's say 2/3, 66%. Is that really okay? Let's say a half. I'm not sure I like that, but it's on a smaller screen, so this should be fine. Okay, so let me go into my h3 right there, and I'm going to say that for this h3 I want to give this a class name of font bold, right? And I'm going to say I want to say margin on the top of 2 and margin on the bottom of 4, so that it pushes down just a bit. Let me say 2, or let me just say margin on the Y of 2. Okay, let me increase the text font to 2XL, text size, sorry, not text font. Okay, so that we have this, and then let me go inside this paragraph and let me give this paragraph a class name of margin bottom of 2 or of 4, so that it pushes away from the author right there. And then let me give this a flag of author as well, so that we have that. And I think I'm going to place this inside a span, or yeah, let me just place it inside a span so that I can target this span and give this a class name of font bold. So we have font bold so that it's bolder, it's more prominent, so that we actually know what we're looking at. And what I'm going to do is just copy this down, copy it here, oops, change this to publisher, and then copy it here, change this to ISBN, and then copy it where, okay, that's it, so that we have it's a bit more prominent in terms of like user experience or something. Okay. So once we get the ISBN, I want this to push away from this by. So I'm going to go inside this UL and I'm going to give this a class name of margin bottom of 4. Pushes it down just a bit, just enough. And instead of a paragraph here, let me turn H4 or an H3. And nothing really changes because we're using Tailwind. So give this a class name of font bold. Right. Let me give it text of XL. Make it just a bit bigger. Okay. Okay. And I've just realized that if we have a buy now from each of these companies, then we might need to place the price somewhere. So let me see if I can do that, because we're returning the name right here. Let me see if I can access the price from here. Let me see if I can access price from here. I'm not sure if I can do that. Price. Let's see that. Okay, so we get the price right there because we already distracted at the top right there. But then this looks kind of messed up a bit. Okay, you know what? Instead of returning price here, I'm going to return an icon instead. So that it shows that you can click it to go to an external link. So this icon is going to be called, what's it called? I've forgotten the names. React icons. Let's go to React icons, search for external, and this is the link that I want. So I'm just going to render this as a component, and I need to import it from React icons. So I'm going to say import this from React icons / bootstrap icons, and that should work. What's wrong? Oh, nothing's wrong. Okay, so let's save that. Let's go back to our application, and we should be able to see that icon somewhere here. And there you go. So we have our icon. So let me give this a few more styling. So where I'm going to give this a class name of flex, so that this icon comes right there like that, and then item center, so that it pushes just a bit down like that. And then I'm going to go inside the icon and give this a class name of margin on the left, right? Margin on the left of 1, so that it pushes away from the text just a bit. And then we actually need this to go to an external link. So the href here in the anchor tag, sorry, I'm going to add an attribute here called target, and I'm going to set target to underscore blank. So underscore blank, which means it will open on a new page. And then I'm also going to add another attribute called rel, and I'm going to set this to no opener, and no referrer, like that. So that now if I were to click this, it should take me to an external, to the external link. And this should take me to Apple Books. This should take me to Barnes and Noble, and so on and so forth. Okay. So that will be basically it for this, the mobile version. But just to make it a bit more interesting, let me add a bit of a background color so that we have some contrast right there. And I'm going to go inside my article here, and I'm going to give this a class name of bg gray -100, like that, looking nice. And let me add some padding so that this push inwards, and I'm going to say padding on the y of 5 and padding on the x of 10. So it pushes it inwards like that, and this pushes away from the bottom margin. And let me give this a class of rounded dash large so that we have rounded borders right there. It's not very visible, but it adds to the user experience. Okay, that will be it for this mobile version. So we need to just scale it up, and scaling it up should be easy. So I'm just going to go inside this section, and I'm going to target 640 pixel screen. So I'm going to say for small screens, I want the grid columns to be 2. So let's see that. Let's see right there where we have what's it called, 2 columns right there. And once we have 2 columns on 640 pixel screens, I just want to reduce this a bit, this padding that I have on the left and right. So where was it? It was right here, and I'm just going to target it once again, and I'm going to say for 640 pixel screens, I want the padding on the X to change to 5, to reduce, sorry, to 5, so that it reduces and it has some, you know, a bit more space, and it looks nice, looks nice. Okay, and then we just need to change the grid columns once again for large screens. I'm going to say for large screens, large, I'm going to say change the grid columns to 3. Let's see that right about there, and we have 3 columns. And of course, finally, for 2 extra large screens, or let me say for XL screens, the grid columns should be 4, where we will now have this looking amazing. Okay, one thing I've just realized is that I need this to also become bigger text on bigger screens, so that it's not the same size as the title of the books. So I'm going to go inside my H1 right here, and I'm going to say that for large screens, change the text to 8XL. Let's see how this looks. Too big. Let's say 6XL. So we have books right there. Or you know what, instead of books, let me say bestseller. Bestsellers, like that. And it's more descriptive. It's more descriptive. So that's basically it. We are returning, let me add some padding on the bottom here so that this we can have a bit more leeway in terms of scrolling. So I'm going to go inside my section, and I'm going to go where right here. I'm going to say padding on the bottom of 20, which should give me a bit more space right there. Okay, so that I have some more room to in terms of scrolling. Okay. Looking very nice, very nice. I think that will basically be it for this stream and this video as well. But I want to show you one thing that I really like about the New York Times API. So I'm going to go back into my account right here, and I'm going to go into my apps. And then if you need to access any other API, all you need to do is go into your application and just look for the API that you want. For example, if you wanted the article search API, then all I have to do is come and enable it right here, and then save it. And then once I save that, then I should be able to access the articles API. So if I go into article search API, and then I should just run this, should be it. Go to this, and then substitute this for my API key. Then, oops, that didn't go as planned. Did I do it correctly? Did I do it correctly? I have the New York Times API. Okay. Or should I have, no, cancel. Should I have, what's it called? I thought that would work for some reason, but it doesn't. Okay, anyway, it's not really that big of a deal, so I'm just going to leave it at that. And then Yeah, that's basically it. So if you were to commit this to GitHub, what you'll notice is that the .env file wouldn't be committed and your API keys would be safe, just like the node modules aren't committed. Okay, so before I sign out, I just want to say that you can follow me on Twitch and you can subscribe to me on YouTube. All the links are available in the description. And Twitch doesn't have a description, but it has an about section, so all the links are available in the about section. So make sure you leave a like and subscribe as well on YouTube, and you can follow me on the channel before you leave, and I will see you in the next video and in the next stream. So thank you guys so much for watching. Hello everyone, I know it's been a while, about 2 weeks now. I was creating a little side project that I'm going to show you in the course of this video. So today we're going to be doing a front-end mentor challenge which they have just published around an hour ago, and it's called a 3-column preview card component. So you can head over to frontendmentor.io/challenges and just click this card, and then you can click on start challenge. And remember that you always have to be logged in order to access these challenges. So you can say get started, and you can say this is my first attempt, and I'm just going to say download starter, like so, which will download it for me. And I'm going to head over into my downloads folder. So I'm going to go over into downloads and I'm going to extract this right here, extract it, and then I'm going to open this up with Visual Studio Code like that. And there we have it. So we have this open up in Visual Studio Code. If you head over to udemy.com and search for TsbSankara like that, then you'll find a course. And yes, this is what I've been working on for the past 2 weeks, and it's 6 hours total with 44 lectures, and the course is called Learn Modern Web Development from Scratch, HTML and CSS. So I've been working on this course and I finally published it yesterday, and it got approved by Udemy around an hour and 20 minutes ago. So if you're new to Udemy and you need to create an account to sign up, then you'll get a discount of 35% off on the purchase for the next 5 hours, actually for the next 6 hours. And if you click on this, then you can say add to cart, or you can say buy now. And if you really enjoy this course, please remember to leave a review. It will really help me greatly. And another alternative, if you want to access this course, is that you can head over to my website, tsbsankara.co.ke, and remember, all these links are going to be down in the description, so don't bother to try and remember all of them. You can just check them out in the description. And you can see that on my website I've also placed a very colorful looking flag inside here which says new course announcement, and you can get it now. So by clicking this link, you can go to the course directly, or you can head over to the courses tab right here, and then you can just say course link once again, which will take you to the course. And just like that, then you'll be able to get the course for $12 currently if you're a new subscriber to Udemy, or for $19, which is the current price. Before you continue this video, I just want to remind you that if you enjoy the content, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps me greatly and it shows your support for the channel. So let's head over back into Visual Studio Code and let's take a look at all of this. So this is what we're going to be building. This is the desktop design. We have 3 columns, which should be relatively easy using CSS Flexbox. And then we have the mobile design where they just stack on top of each other. So that's looking nice. And then we have the icons for the luxury, for the sedans, as well as for the SUVs. So right away inside my index.html, what I want to do is, let me just place this to the side and place this to the right as well. And then I'm going to link a style sheet that I'm going to create inside here. So I'm going to link style.css. And then what I want to do is create the actual style sheet. So I'm going to create a file called style.css. Right. Okay. And then actually, let me grab this. Let me move this into my style sheet. Let me place it inside here. Let me remove this, and then let me go to the bottom and change this href into my actual website. Let's co.ke like that, and then change this to my name. Please remember that this is your name. Don't place my name inside here. This is for you when you're going to be building it. Okay, so from these are basically the 3 divs that we want to have. So what I want to do is I want to grab all of this. I want to grab this and just say div with the class of container and then paste this in. And then once I do that, then I want to grab this and place it inside a div with the class of card, like so. Paste this in, and then grab this and place it inside a div with a class of card, like so, and then grab this once again and say div with a class of card, like so, and then push this down. And I'm going to say I'm going to grab this and I'm going to hold down control and grab this. Wait, that doesn't work. Oops, that's okay. I can just say place my cursor here and then hold down the alt key and then click right here, and then I'm just going to say Control Shift and to the left, which will select all this, and I'm going to cut them out and I'm going to place them inside H3s like so. So these are going to be our titles. And then for this, I'm going to cut this out, right? Place it inside a paragraph like that, and then grab this, cut it out and place it inside another paragraph, and then grab this and paste it inside another paragraph, so that we're going to have this as our boilerplate. And I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to open this up with live server like so, so that we have this on our screen. And then let me just say we need to have our icons at the top. So I'm going to go back into my index.html and I'm going to add an image here. This will become from /images and it's called sedans like that. Then I'm just going to copy this and paste it inside here, change this to SUVs like so, and then I'm going to paste it inside here as well, and then change this to luxury like so, so that when I save this, then this should appear on the screen. That's looking fantastic. So let me just see what we have in our style guide markdown file, so that we can grab the fonts that we need actually. So this is called Decker, this is called Big Shoulders Display. This is font 400. So let me just click this link and open it up like that. And then I'm going to copy this because I'll need to search for it as well. So this is the only font weight that is here. So let's go back to Google Fonts like that, and then just search for this. We grab this and we need the 700 font. There's the 700, this one right here. And then I'm going to grab the link tag, copy this, and then inside my index.html right at the top, I'm going to place this inside here like so. Okay, so this should reset our font just a bit, but we need to specify it. So I'm going to go above my attribution right here, and I'm going to say that for the body, this should have a font family of, it's called Decker should be it, with a fallback of sans serif, right? And then probably for the H3 that we have inside here, then the font family is going to be Big Shoulders Display. I think that was the name, Big Shoulders Display, with a fallback of sans serif once again. And then at the top, before I save this file, I'm going to place my asterisk and I'm going to reset everything. So I'm going to say margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing, set it to border box like that, and so that we have this, and that's already looking nice. Correct. Now I noticed that the H3s are all capital, so let me just do that inside here once. So I'm going to say text transform, and I'm going to say uppercase like so, which will make them uppercase. Okay, and then I'm going to say probably font size, set this to around 24 pixels to make it just a bit bigger. Let me see how this looks. Okay, that's almost the size. Let me see what the mobile version has. Okay, that's not bad, that's not bad. And let me increase this to, let's see how 30 pixels will look. Okay, this is still manageable. And then what I want to do is we need to add our buttons. So right below this paragraph, I'm going to place my cursor here, and then I'm going to hold down the alt key, and I'm going to click right here and then here, and I'm going to create a button with a class of btn like that, that says learn more. So I'm going to say learn more like so. And let me see what the button font is. The button has a font family the same as the paragraph, so let's specify that inside here. And I'm going to say probably inside here should be fine, button, because I don't think we're going to be adding any more styles to our body, so specifying this inside here should be fine as well, so that we have this on the button. Okay, looking nice. And then what I want to do is, I noticed that these buttons all have different text color for each one of them. So for example, this is red, orange, this is whatever this color is, and then this one as well. So let me just see, let's go back to our style guide markdown file right there, and let's see. So the body, the paragraphs all have a font family of 15 pixels. Let's specify that so that we don't have to keep on messing around with this. I'm going to say font size. Oh, I said font family, I meant font size, sorry. So font size of 15 pixels like so. And then let's see what else that needs to be changed. Transparent, right? This is for paragraphs. And then we say very light gray the background, the headings, the buttons. we have bright orange. This is for the first div. So what I want to do is I want to give this first div another class called bright dash orange, and then the second one I'm going to say dark cyan. So this is called dark dash cyan, and then this is called very dark cyan, like so that we're going to be targeting them differently in our CSS, and then we're just going to be changing the colors for each one of them. So let's see how this is. Let me just copy all of this, copy this, and then inside my CSS I'm going to create some variables, and I'm going to say root, just paste this in, change this to two hyphens, sorry, like so, and then change this to a small letter, change this to 2 slashes, dark cyan, like so, and do this as well, very dark, and then we remember to place our semicolons, so that we're going to have this, and this is a double. Okay, just so that we don't need to keep on jumping back and forth into our markdown files. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to save this, and then let's target our div with a class of cards, a div with a class of bright dash orange, like that. And I'm going to say background color for this should be var equals to bright orange, like so, that when I save this, then this should change color, correct? And then let's target our div called dark dash cyan, and then change the background color to dark cyan, like so. And then let's target our div called very dark cyan, and then let's change the background color to very dark cyan, like so. And then right inside here, I just want to go inside here once again, and I'm going to say change the text color to white, so that we have this. And let's see how this looks in our design, looking nice. Actually, I want the mobile design first, so that we have this. Okay, looking almost amazing. Okay, and then let's go back into our style CSS and let's begin styling this further. So I want to target each of the divs that has a class of card, and I'm just going to say add a padding of probably around 30 pixels all around, like so. And then let me target the container, and I'm going to say for the container I want the padding to be 20 pixels all around, so that it moves inwards. So the padding of 20 pixels in the container is this space that we have right here, and then that padding of 30 pixels of the card is what moves each of this text inwards. We need to have a border radius on the top left and top right of this orange card, and then on the bottom left and the bottom right of this very dark one. So what I'm going to do is right inside here, I'm just going to say border radius, and I'm going to say around 10 pixels on the top left, 10 pixels on the top right, and then 0 on the bottom right and 0 on the bottom left, so that this happens. Notice that. And then inside this last div called very dark cyan, I'm going to do the opposite. So I'm just going to copy this inside here, and then I'm going to remove these 2 zeros from the end. I'm going to place them to the beginning. So this means border radius of 0 on the top left, 0 on the top right, and then 10 pixels on the bottom right and 10 pixels on the bottom left, so that when I save this, then this happens. Looking nice, looking nice. And then let's target the h3s. Actually, let's go inside our card class, target the images first of all, and I'm going to say margin bottom for the images should be around 30 pixels. Move it away, that's too much, let's say 20 pixels. Move it away from this title just a bit, and then let's go inside the card class, target the h2 once again. I'm going to say margin dash bottom, set this to 20 pixels, and this is margin, like so. So the margin here is more than the margin here. So let's set this, let me set this to 10 pixels. Let's see how this looks. That's too small. So let's set this to 25, so that the margin here is greater than the margin here as well. And then let's target the paragraph. So I'm going to say card paragraph, like so. And I'm going to say margin dash bottom, set this to 30 pixels. And then once I set this to 30 pixels, let me just go back to our design a bit, and let's style out our buttons now. So we give the buttons a class of btn for each one of them, right? So let me go back into my style.css, and right at the top, or rather below this paragraph, I'm going to target our button, and I'm going to say background color should be white. And then we're not going to set the text color inside here, but we're going to be targeting for each of the divs, because the text color for the button changes with whatever div that we're viewing, right? For example, this is the text color for this is orange, this is dark cyan, and this is very dark cyan. So let's see how we're going to do this. We're going to say background color is white, right? We're going to remove the border, so I'm going to say border. Actually, not remove the border, but I'm going to place a border of 2 pixels, solid and white. And then I'm going to say border radius for each one of these should be 30 pixels, 30 not 300. And then let's add a padding of 10 pixels all around. And let's say 10 pixels on the top and bottom and 20 pixels on the left and right, so that we have that. Okay, looking fantastic. And let's just say cursor pointer. And then for the btn hover, actually let me see what we have for the active states for this, so it becomes transparent when you hover over them. So I'm going to say for the btn, and I want to target the hover state, then I want the background color, so I'm going to say background color, set this to transparent, and let's say the text color should be white. Text color should be white. Let me see if this is indeed white. Let's go inside here. Let's see. So the text color, when you hover over each one of them, becomes white. Okay, so that's easy enough to do. That when we have this, let me just add a transition, because I don't want it to pop in immediately like that. So I'm going to say transition, and I want to transition all the properties by 0.4 seconds, and then we just say is in out. So save this and look at that. That's much smoother, looking very nice. And then for the paragraphs, let me just increase the line height. Let me see how this looks. Yep, let me increase the line height for these paragraphs. They look too squeezed in, so I'm just going to go inside here and I'm going to say line height. Set this to about 1.8. Let's see how this looks. Too big, let's say 1.6. That's much better. And then finally, what we need to do is now just change the text color for the buttons for each of these divs. So I'm going to go inside the bright orange div, right? So I'm going to copy this down, and I'm going to target the btn inside this bright orange divs, and I'm going to change the text color to bright orange like that. Look at how the color changes. And then when we hover over this, then okay, I've just noticed something. Now this is something to do with CSS specificity. I'm just going to leave this in for a moment so that I can explain it better when we finish. And then I'm going to go inside the dark cyan class, and I'm going to target the btn, and I'm going to say the text color for this should be dark cyan, so that this changes. And then do the same for the very dark cyan. So dot very dark cyan, target the btn, and I'm going to change the color to very dark cyan, like so. Okay, now with CSS specificity, the lower you are in your style sheet, then the more specificity that you have. Notice that even though we have set the btn hover state here, and we have set the text color to white, when we go immediately right below this, then we have another btn declaration where we change the text color once again to bright orange. Now that affects CSS specificity, meaning that this now has higher specificity than this, and therefore these styles will be applied. So in order to fix that, I can just grab this and place it to the bottom of this and just say that, and notice how it will just now work automatically, looking amazing. Okay, now all we need to do is just scale it up for bigger screens, and we're going to scale it up. We're going to add a few media queries, probably just one maybe. And let me just go to the bottom of this, and I'm going to say at media, and I'm going to say for a min width of, let's say, 992 pixels. Then let me space this out. I want to target the container first of all. And for the container, what I want to do to the container is I want to place it perfectly to the center using flexbox. So I'm going to say display, and I'm going to say flex, align item center, justify content center, and then set the minimum height for each one of this, for the container, sorry, to 100 viewport height, so that it goes completely to the center. And would you look at that? That's looking amazing. And probably I don't want align item center. Let me see how this looks if I remove align item center. Okay, we need it. So let's say align item center. What I want to do is go inside the card class, probably specify as an absolute height for each one of these. And let me just limit the container actually, and I'm going to say max width for this should be, let's say, 900 pixels, so that they move inwards like so. And then reset it back to the center by saying margin of auto, like so. And just as we do that, then we notice that we don't need to set this to a fixed height. Okay, so then once we do this, then what I want to do is target these divs, and actually let me just add a media query where I'm going to increase this max width. So I'm going to say at media. I'm going to say for a min width of 1280 pixels, 1280 pixels, 8 not 9. Okay, and I'm going to target the container once again, and I'm going to say increase this max width to, let's say, 1200 pixels, so that it just grows a bit bigger, probably let's say 1100. Let's say 1100. And then I want to target this div with a class of bright orange and remove this border radius from the top right and add it to the top left. And then I want to target this div and remove this from the bottom left and add it to the top right. Okay, so what I mean is, right inside here, when we display this as flex, then I want to target the bright orange div, and reset this border radius. Now I'm going to say border radius of 10 pixels on the top left. So the bright orange div is this one. So on the top left we want 10 pixels, and then we want 0 on the top right, and then 0 on the bottom right, and 10 pixels on the top left. And then we do the opposite for the very dark cyan div, where we're going to say border radius and set this to 0 on the top left, then 10 pixels on the top right, which is this right here, and then we say 10 pixels on the bottom right, and then 0 on the bottom left. So that, look at this div looking amazing. And then the final thing that we need to do before we can submit this is just probably add a bit more margin to this button. So let me just figure out where I added that button. Where's the button? Okay, I added margin on the paragraph. So what I want to do is grab this, and then right inside here I'm just going to increase this margin to around 50 pixels, so that the button moves down just a bit more. And look at that, we have this looking amazing. And then once we do that, then what we can do is, let's see what else we need to change. Probably this, we can increase the padding on the left and right for this, that the cards are just a bit bigger. Let me see how this looks. Let me go back into our card class, and right where we now display this as a flex, I'm going to target the card class right inside here, and I'm going to say the padding, let's increase the padding to probably 50 pixels all around. Rather than increase the padding to 50 pixels all around, let me remove this media query, and this would look like this. Okay, and then if this looks like this, then what we can do is we can just remove this media query altogether, and then we can say that set the height for this to around, let's say 300 pixels. Too small, let's say 500 pixels looks like this. Let's say 450 pixels, which would look like this. But I don't really like this, because as you can see now, the button starts behaving terribly. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Let's reduce this padding instead to 30 pixels. Sorry, let's increase it to 40 pixels. 40 pixels would look like this. This really isn't bad. It's not really that bad of a look. Okay. What we can do though, what we can do is probably the margin here is a bit more for the paragraph. So let's target our paragraph here. Let's say margin bottom to 80 pixels. Push away even further, and then let's reduce this to 45. Let's see how this would look for 45 pixels, and this is looking manageable. This is actually looking even closer to the design. Let me just check this out one more time, and yep, I think we are done with this. So what I want to do now is actually just submit this project, right? So I'm going to close this down, and then I'm going to create a Git repository. So I'm going to go into github.com, and I'm going to create a new repository, and this repository is going to be called 3-column, what is the name of the project? Preview card component, like so. And then I'm going to create this repository. So this link is also going to be in the description if in case you want to look through the code. And then I'm going to copy this link that is provided to us, and I'm just going to say git init. First of all, you need to initialize an empty git repository, like so that this will now become untracked git commits. And then I'm going to say git add all, and I'm going to say git commit -m, and I'm going to say preview card component complete, like so. which will now add everything to my Git, to the staging area, sorry, that we can say Git status, and we can see that everything is on branch master, nothing to commit. Okay, never mind about that. So I'm going to say Git, first of all, you need to change this branch. Actually, let's do this last. I'm going to say Git remote add origin, and I'm just going to paste in that link that I copied. And then I'm going to say change this branch from the master to the main branch. So I'm going to say git branch dash capital M main, like so, which will change to the main branch. I'm going to say git push upstream, so dash u, and I'm going to say origin, push it to the main branch, like so. And this will push it to my Git repository, so that when I open this, I can just reload this, and you'll notice that it is now committed. And then the next thing that I want to do, I want to leave this page open. So the next thing I'm going to do is open Netlify, because this is where I want to deploy this finished component. And once I open Netlify, I'm going to say new site from Git, and I'm going to select GitHub, because that's where I committed my code. And I'm going to search for three column, just like that. Select this, and it's loading, and I don't have a published directory. Remember, I don't have a published directory. But what Netlify will do is that it will just take the index.html file, and then it will commit everything from the index.html file. So I can just say deploy site, like so, and then I can change this site name, to probably sound like TSB Designs preview card component, like so, and I'm going to save this, and this should now be up on the internet. And just like that, we have this. Now what I want to do to submit this is I want this to copy this link, and then I'm going to go right inside here, and I'm going to say submit solution, and the live site URL is what I copied, and then the repository URL, that's why I needed this to be open. I'm going to paste it inside here, and I'm going to say mobile fast 3-column preview component, like so, using vanilla CSS, just like that. And I'm going to say submit solution, and we're going to get the points. So let's this finish, and there we go. So we have successfully completed this project. We have submitted it, and let's see where I can get solutions, and we will have this, as you can see, submitted just now, and it's looking amazing. So that will be it for this video. If you have not subscribed, please remember to subscribe. If you enjoyed the content, it really helps out a lot, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, happy new year. Welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to the first video of 2022. And we're going to be beginning this year with a very simple challenge from Frontend Mentor, which is the QR code component. Just from the looks of it, you can tell that it's a very simple challenge, and you can go ahead and you can click on this card, and then you can say visit challenge hub, and you can say download starter. Okay, now I already downloaded the starter first, that's why it says I already have one attempt on this. So I'm just going to go ahead and open this up. It should be inside this one. So the QR code component, I'm just going to say extract here, and it should be this one, and I'm going to say open with code. Okay, so once this opens, then we can close this. And I just want to mention that for this particular project, we're going to be using an extension called 5server. It was renamed from live server. It's technically still the same thing, but you can see it says it's the maintained fork of live server. Okay, so you can go ahead and you can install this live server, or you can go ahead and open the index.html file however you want, really. Okay, and then what I want to do is here, the first thing that I do want to do is I want to create my styles.css file. So styles.css, and then I'm going to go ahead into our style guide, and I want to get these colors. Just copy these colors inside here, just say root, and then you can begin setting up our global variable. So this is called white, this is called -- light gray, this is called -- grayish blue, and this is called -- dark blue. And remember to add your semicolons, of course. And then let's add a bit more global styles where the image is going to have a max width of 100% so that it doesn't overflow in the container, in the body really. And then for the body, we're going to have a custom font family called outfit. So let me just grab this link. So we need the 400 and 700 weights. Okay, so the 400 and 700 weights, the regular 400 and the bold 700. Okay, and I don't need this. Remove that. Okay, so I'm going to grab the import from here, copy this, and then back in our style.css, I'm going to paste this on top of this. There we go. And then now for the body, we can specify the font family to be outfit with a fallback of sans serif. And then we're going to have the font size here as 15 pixels. Yeah, right there. So 15 pixels. And then what else can we do? We can go ahead and take a look at the design to see what we have. Okay, so the body has a light background color. Let me see what color this is. Seems like this light gray. So let's go ahead and specify that. So background color, set this to light gray. And then what we need to do is I want to specify another class, and I'm going to call it container, which is going to be the housing for this particular card. Okay, and let's go back. Where's my VS Code? Okay, so let's go ahead and specify a class of container. So for container, this is going to have a background color of, let's say, white. Okay, and then let's have a padding of 1.25 rem all around. Let's have a border radius of 0.625 rem. Okay, and then let's see what else we need to do. Let's have a box shadow. As you can see, it has a very slight box shadow. Let's say box shadow. Let's say, how does it go? Half of, so 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, and let's say RGBA 0.3. Okay, so this is the horizontal, this is the vertical, and then this is the blur radius of the box shadow, and then this is the color that you specify on the box shadow. Okay, and we're going to tweak this. I'm just setting this up so that it can be kind of like a placeholder for us. And notice how this card is to the center, right? So let's go ahead and place it where I'm going to go back to the body, and I'm just going to say display flex, align items center, and justify content center. And then I'm going to specify this height to calculate 100 viewport heights minus 1 pixel, just like that. So display flex is going to take all the items inside the body and place them inside row format by default. And actually, now let me specify the flex direction here to go to column by default. And then align items to the center is going to push them so that the items in the row align to the center. And then justify content to the center is going to push them to the middle. And then once you specify the height to calculate 100 viewport heights minus 1 pixel, then it's going to move everything inside the body to the center of the body. And we're going to see this in action once we go back into our index.html. Okay, now the next thing that I do want to do is let's jump inside here, and then let's grab these two styles, and then let's just place them inside here, right there. Okay, fantastic. And then we can remove this. And then our favicon is right here from our images. Okay, fantastic. And then our title displays correctly. Okay, so now what I want to do is let's go ahead and let's just begin building this out. So I'm going to create a div with a class of container, and then inside here we're going to have an image. The source for this image is going to be /images, and it's called QR code. And then below this we're going to have an h1 that says this, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says this. So process up, there we go. And then we can change this into, where is it? Let's just say HTTPS. You can place your website inside here. Okay, there we go. Fantastic. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and then we can open this up with Five Server right here. So you can just right click on this, or you can go into your index.html here, and then you can right click and say open with Five Server, or alternatively you can go ahead and say go live on the bottom right here. And this should open up on, I think, localhost 55. I think it should be, don't remember. Okay, so that opens up on localhost 5555. Okay, so you can close this, and then what we need to do is you can check out how it looks, and you can tell we haven't linked our style sheet. That's why it looks like this. So right below this, let's just link our styles.css and reload it. Why isn't it reloading? Wait, what did I do? Okay, so once we link our styles.css, I've just realized that we didn't do a bit of resetting. So let's just go ahead and target our asterisk, and then we can say the margin, reset this to 0, the padding reset to 0, and we'll reset the box sizing to border box. And it should do something here, but it still doesn't. What is happening? Okay, you know what? This is called styles.css, not style.css. Okay, sorry for that. And there we go. Now you can tell right away that we are already partly done with our design. So let me place this to the right, and then we can have this to the left. Okay, now we can close this, and let's begin playing around with our styles. So the first thing that I do want to do is I want to go back to the body, and then I want to specify a margin of 1.25 rem all around so that this pushes inwards. There we go. And then notice how this box shadow is a bit thick, so let me specify this to 1.5. Just reduce its intensity just a bit. Let's say 0.5. Yeah, that should work. And then for the container, let's have a margin on the bottom. So margin bottom of 2 rem to push it away from this text right here. Okay. And then let's see what we need to do is let's target this image. Okay, so the container image, so container img, and then let's have a border radius of 0.6 to 5 rem all around. There we go. Let's have a margin bottom of 1 rem, and then let's target the container h1. I think it has a kind of color on it. Yeah, it's not black, so let's see which color is this. Should be dark blue. Okay, so the container h1 has a color of dark blue, and then the container paragraph like so has a color of grayish blue. So color should be grayish blue. Sorry if you're seeing a lot of typing mistakes. It is currently about 10:40 p.m. in the night. Okay, so I can't really see my keyboard all that well because I also have my lights off. So I have that looking amazing. And then now what I want to do is I just want to say here text line to the center for the h1 and text line to the center for the paragraph. And then let's go back into the h1. Let's say margin bottom, set this to 1 rem as well, push the paragraph downwards. Let's go into the paragraph, and you know what, I think this looks almost fine, but notice how when we increase it, look at this happens, right? Now we don't want this to happen. We want to limit our container. Okay, so that's very simple to do. You can just do that by adding a media query. So I can say at media, let's say for a min width of let's say 400 pixels, or you know, let me say 500 pixels. It's much more accommodating. So for 500 pixels, then I want the container to have a width of, let's say, 400 pixels. Okay, let's see. Look at that. Now the container is contained well, of course. And would you look at that? That's looking amazing. And you can tell that we're already done with this project, really. But I do want to explain one more thing that we did, where we had this display flex. So I'm just going to remove this, and then you can notice what happens. Look at this. So this is what happens. So I want to go step by step by just uncommenting each one of these so that you actually you can tell what they all do, right? So when I remove display flex, look at this. Now nothing technically happens because the body only has one element. But if I go inside here, so inside the containers, let's say below the container, let's have another div with a paragraph that says, you know what, let me have an h2 that says lorem 5. There you go. Now look at this. Now the h2 is here, and then this text also here. But notice that if I specify the flex direction to column, then they'll go to the bottom. Would you look at this? Okay, looking fantastic. So that's technically how flex works. And I'm just going to remove this because before I accidentally commit it. Okay, so I'm going to have that. And then notice how if I say align item center, now look at this, takes it to the center. And then if I say justify content to the center, then it pushes it downwards. Technically, it pushes it downwards, but you can't really tell because we haven't added a fixed height. So when you add a fixed height inside here, then it's going to push it to the center of the fixed height. Okay, so that means technically if I have this as 50 viewport heights, then it's going to be 50 viewport heights of the container. Okay, but I want it to be 100 viewport heights minus 1. And by the way, the reason I have this as minus 1 is because I want this to return in pixels. Okay, so I want the height to evaluate back to pixels, because if I only had it as 100 viewport heights on mobile screens, then it would present a kind of shaky feeling, because every time that the viewport heights change, then the elements inside the container would have to readjust themselves, which results in the shaky feeling. But when this evaluates back, it evaluates in pixels, which doesn't present that shaky feeling. Okay, so once we do this, then I just want to increase the size of this, where is it, here, to 12 pixels, just to make it a bit bigger. And then let's say, let's say 14 pixels, and then we can go ahead and create our GitHub repository. And then I want to deploy it to Netlify as well. And then we can go ahead and we can open the submission page. So submit solution. Let's go into GitHub. Let's create a new repository. So repositories, and it's called, what's it called? QR code component. So QR code component. There we go. Okay, so create repository. And then I'm just going to copy this link, and then we can go back inside here. And then I just want to shut this down, and then you can open a new terminal. Okay. And then once we do this, then I want to push all of this into my remote GitHub repository, right? So I'm going to say git init, which initializes an empty Git repository, like so. And then I'm just going to say git add all and git commit. I'm just going to say initial commit, like so. And then I'm going to say git remote add origin, and then I'm going to paste in the link that I copied, and I'm going to say git push -u origin main, which should now push all of this into my remote repository. Then I can close this down. And there we go. So that now if I reload this, then we should see this. And there we go. So I'm going to go into Netlify, and I want to deploy this into my Netlify. So I'm going to log in, and let me copy this link. Was not the link really, but it's called the QR code component. So I'm going to copy this link actually, and then let's go back inside here, and then this is going to be the repository URL, and then I'm going to say mobile first QR code component. The live site URL, we're about to get it, so add new site from an existing project from GitHub, and it's called QR code component. So let's say QR code component. There we go. And then let's just say deploy site, because we don't have any special commands inside here. And then let's change this, the name of this site. Let's say TSB. Let's say QR code. Okay. Let's say QR code component, because I feel like I'm going to use this QR code sometime in the future. And you can open it up, you can view it, and this is what you're going to have on the website. Look at that, already online. Oops, I wanted to copy this link. So copy this link, and then we can have this as our live site URL, and then add tags. We don't need to do that, and then we don't need any we don't have any questions, so you can say submit solution. And would you look at that? Amazing, looking amazing. Where's my solution? Okay, so view solution, and you can preview the site, and you can view the code, and you can compare it to what you have. We made ours just a bit bigger, but you can see it's almost to scale, just a bit bigger by a few scales. And there we have it. So that is going to be our component, and that is going to be the first video of 2022. Okay, so that is going to be the video, and if you reached this far, then please subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I hope you enjoyed the first video of many, and I will see you in the next video. So bye bye. Stream will be starting in a moment. Okay, so we are live now, and for this project, for this video, for this stream, we're going to be taking a look at the New York Times API once again, and specifically we're going to be looking for the articles API. And basically, as you can tell, we're just going to be returning some kind of image with a title and some text and some description of what the article is about. And I think this will be for articles from today backwards, I think so. I haven't really taken much of a look to it, but basically we are going to follow the same process if you watched the last stream and the last YouTube video. So first of all, I'm going to start with going to create a new application. So you have to sign in first of all. If you don't have an account with New York Times, you have to sign in and create an account and validate your email. And then once you sign in, you can just come right here and create a new application. And you can see I was fiddling around with it. I created a new application called T-News, where this is now my API key, but I'm not going to use this for now. Instead, I'm going to create a new application. So I'm going to say new app. And then for the app name, I'm just going to say T articles, right? The description isn't necessary, so I'm not going to place it. And then we're going to be dealing with the article search API. So I'm going to enable it right there. And then I'm going to say create. Oops. App could not be created. Why? Did I do something wrong? App could not be created. Let's say test. Let's say test. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Let me reload the page. Reload this page. Sign in. Really? It's still not signed in. What's happening with this thing? What is happening? Okay, there you go. So I'm signed in, and let me go and create a new application. Or rather, let me delete this. Oh, you know what? You know what? Let me not delete it. I'm just going to create a new application. Say new app. Say T articles, like that. And let me just say articles app. And then the article search API, I'm going to enable it once again and then create. And this should create a new application for me. So app created, and you can see this is now my API key, and I have a secret as well. And basically this is our app ID, which I'm not really going to use. Okay, so before I continue, I just want to say that I've already canvassed my React application. So the React application is called nytimes-app. And as you can see on the top, what I did was npx create react app nytimes-app. And that's basically it. Once it finishes running, this is all that we're going to get. So right away, I'm going to cd into nytimes-app. And then I'm going to open Visual Studio Code. And then I can now close this window. Close this window. And then I'm going to go back into this APIs, into our API, so that we can take a look at this. So I'm going to copy this first of all because we need it. And then in VS Code, I'm just going to create a new file. Just paste that in so that I don't have to keep coming back to this page to copy it. And then I'm going to go into APIs tab right there and go into article search API. And you can see they give an example call of what of what really well, the kind of data that we're going to get back from the API. And you can see at the end it says your key. So your key here, you're going to substitute it with your API key that you've just generated. And I think even if you were to copy this down, of course it would take a moment, but if you were to copy this and use it, I think it would still work. I'm not sure, but I think so. But I generally recommend that you get a new API key for yourself. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to copy it, paste it right there, and I'm going to explain why. And then I'm just going to go to this, navigate to this, and change this in my address bar to my API key, which is this that I need to copy. So copy that, paste it inside there, and we should get back some data. And I'm using a JSON formatter, that's why my the JSON data appears like this. So you can see that the status is okay, meaning it's a status 200 HTTP request, a GET request. We have a copyright there that we're not really going to use, and we have the response. And you notice that the response is an object that has an array called docs. So inside this array, we have the abstract, which is basically like the title of the article. We have the web URL, which is the actual source of the article. We have a snippet here. We have a lead paragraph. We have print section, print page, the source, which is basically New York Times for every article inside here, basically. And then we have multimedia, which has all of this. And then if we scroll down quite a bit, right about here, we have the published date, we have the document type, the news desk, we have the section name, we have the subsection name, and finally we have the byline, which is basically who wrote the article. I think once we have all of that, I think that will be our data structure here, because this starts again. So that's basically all the data that we're going to need. So why was I copying this? And I need this page to be open as it is right there. So the reason why I was copying this is because it's not a good idea to commit your API keys to GitHub. So we would like a way to hide it when we commit this to GitHub. And we can do that by going into the root of our application and creating a hidden file called .env, which we have to hide in our gitignore. So if you go into gitignore and just place it somewhere there and say ignore the .env file as well, once you save it, you'll notice that it becomes grayed out like that. So everything inside this file is not going to be committed to GitHub, and this is where we'd like to place our API key. So I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to say react underscore app and articles API key equals to this, to my API key. So I'm going to save that. Now the reason why I was copying this is because in our application I would like to substitute this with our API key. Now Node.js provides a way to do this using process.env, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So right away, let me close this. Right away, I'm going to go into my source folder, and I'm going to create, I'm not yet started my server, because of, if I had to start my server before Node.js can process this, as well as the excuse me, if I were to start the server before Node.js can process this .env file, then it will just throw me an error, which I want to avoid. So I want to create some basic layout of our application before we start our server, so that we avoid that error. So what I'm going to do is inside my app.js, I'm going to delete all of this, and I'm going to return a fragment. And inside here, I'm going to return a div. How do I structure this? I'm going to return a div, right? Rather than a div, let me just say a section. And then I'm going to remove these two from the top, and I'm going to say import react from react. And then we need a few things as well. We need the use state, which will use to set up our state values. And then we'll get the use effect hook as well, which we'll use to fetch our data basically from the API. And that's where we're going to substitute our API key from the one that is in the .env file. So right away, let me change this to an arrow function. Change this to an arrow function like that. And right away, I'm going to set up my state values, where I'm going to say articles and set articles. This will be use state, and by default it's going to be an empty array, because once we fetch the data, we're going to be populating it with this docs array. So it's going to be populating this empty array. So that's why you have an empty array to start with. And then another thing that I want to do is I want to be able to place a search box, so that, let me go back into this file. You'll notice that we have article search.json and then a query here that says election. So if I were to change this query to something like politics, for example, then I want to be able to rerun this get request with our API key, so that we get articles about politics. So this next state value that I'm going to set is going to be controlling the query that we're going to place inside here. So I'm going to say const, what should I call it, const term and set term, that, and this will be use state. And by default, because by default I want to fetch let me say articles from about everything really, then I'm going to set my state value into a string called everything, like that. Okay, so once we do that, then I want to set up one final state value which will control our loading animation. So I'm going to say const is loading and set is loading, and this is going to use state, and by default it's going to be true, because anytime that I'm not displaying any data on the screen, then I want to show a loading animation. And then once we fetch our data from the API, then I want to remove the loading animation. So we're going to be targeting this function and set it to false. And right away, let me set up my use effect. So I'm going to say use effect, set up a callback function, and an, oops, this should be curly brackets, and an empty dependency array. Empty for now. It's empty for now. We're going to set it into this term once we set up our form to search. So inside this form, I'm going to place a try catch block, and inside here I'm just going to console error the error. So console error the error, and then I'm going to say inside my try block, I'm going to say const fetch articles, and fetch articles is going to be an asynchronous function. So this should be async, and an arrow function where I'm going to say const response. Let me just call it res equals to await fetch, and we're going to be fetching the URL. So I'm going to place it inside backticks, so that I'm able to use variables inside the string. So I'm going to go inside this and just copy this, and we no longer need this file, so don't save that. And I'm going to paste it inside here. Now remember that I want to substitute this term right here for what we have inside here. So what I'm going to do is just grab this and remove it, and I'm going to set up a variable using $ and curly brackets like that, and set that to the term right there. So I'm going to say term. What this means basically is that the query here will be substituted to whatever term that we have inside our use state. And I'm going to show you that in a moment, but let's deal with our process.env first. So in order to access our API key from our .env file, then we need to target this variable, right? So I'm going to copy this down, and once again I'm going to remove this, place in my $ and curly brackets, and I'm going to say process.env and then paste that in, which is the name of our variable. Okay, so once we do this, this means that it's going to run this request right here. It's going to substitute the query term for everything that we have for the term everything, which is basically our state value inside there. And then once it reaches the API key, Node.js is going to access the React App Articles API key from our .env file that we have right there. So before I save this file and start our server, what I want to do is just outside this, I'm going to say const articles equals to await res.json like that, and then I'm going to say console log the articles to see what we get back. So console log the articles, and then I need to call this function. So where does this function end? Is it here? Fetch articles. Nope. What did I do wrong? Oh, I did this wrong. Okay, this shouldn't be inside the try block, this should be outside it, and then this bracket should go down there. Is that correct? Is that correct? If it's wrong, we'll know in a moment. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to start my server. So npm start, and then this should fetch. Once our server starts, then we should be able to see something on the screen on localhost 3000. And sometimes my machine takes a while to run this, so we might sit here in some awkward silence for a moment. Okay, so our dev server is up and running, or almost up and running. It's still loading. It's taking quite a while. Okay, there you go. So I'm going to open up my console right there, and we should get an object, which is basically correct. And you'll notice that it's an object, and this is also an object. And then we have copyright, we have the response, and we have the docs, which is basically our array that we want to target. So the next thing that we need to do is get this from the console and get it to display on the screen. So what I'm going to do is, let me close this. So what I want to do is, after we console log this, then I would like to populate this empty array. And I can do that by saying set articles into articles dot, and the reason for dot is because I want to access the response object and then access the docs array. Okay, so I'm going to say dot response dot docs, which will now populate this empty array in the use state with our docs array that we get from our data. So once I save that, and just to show you that it works, I'm also going to console log response dot docs like that, and we should get an array of 10 items. There you go. So this is working, and now this has been populated. Our set articles state value has been populated with basically our docs array. Okay, so once I do that, then I'm going to go inside my section right there, and I'm going to say, what do I want to say? I want to map over my data, so I'm going to say articles dot map, and then say for every article, I'm going to return an arrow function, and I'm going to destructure quite a few things, and these will be coming from article. And I want to destructure, let's see, the abstract, we want the byline, the headline. Okay, headline is also here. Let's see, headline, where is headline? Okay, there you go. Okay, so let's just begin to destructure our abstract, our headline. We have our byline, and remember our byline has objects inside it, so I want to be able to destructure those objects. So I'm going to place a full colon and then place other curly brackets, and I'm going to destructure the original, which is basically the name of the person. Where is it? Byline. So the original is the name of the person who wrote the article. And then once we get the abstract, the byline, and the headline, we want the lead paragraph. So we also need to destructure lead underscore paragraph. And then we need the news desk, and then once we get the news desk, we need the section name probably. So section name, and then we need section name, web URL. Yeah, there it is, web URL, and then the ID. So section underscore name, web underscore URL, and then underscore ID, which will be our unique key value. And then finally, I saw something I wanted, and I want the word count. So I'm going to say word underscore count like that. And then once I get all this data, then I want to structure how I want to display it. So I'm going to return an article with the key of underscore ID like that. And then once I get these articles, then I just want to start displaying my data. So I'm going to say I want to return an h2 that says the headline like that. And then below this h2, and I've just remembered that we don't really have access to these images. You can see the images are sort of stored like in a local repository or something. So even if I were to get this image from here, all it would do is show like a small bitmap image, which it doesn't really look nice. That's why I've not destructured the image from here. Okay, so what do we need? We need the headline, and then we have, we need, isn't the abstract the same as the okay, yeah, we need a paragraph that says the abstract, right? Abstract. And then once we get the abstract, we need an href that goes to the actual URL. So I'm going to say web underscore URL, and then set the target to equal underscore blank, which will open it up on a new page. And then here I'm just going to say web resource like that. And then once we get this, then what do we need to do next is, oh, this is the lead paragraph. Wait a minute, isn't the lead paragraph the same as the abstract? Lead paragraph is this, and then this is the abstract. Okay, they're not the same. So what I want to do is, for the abstract, I'm going to return an h4, and then below this, I'm going to return a paragraph that says lead paragraph, like that. And then this is news desk section name and the byline. Okay, so once I do that, then I want to return a ul with list items. How many are they? They are 1, 2, 3, and 4, like that. The first one would say original, which is basically the name of the person. The second one will say news desk, like that. The third one will say section underscore name. And then finally, we are going to have word count. So let me save this and let's see what we get back in our application. Oops, I'm seeing 21 errors. Objects are not valid as React. Ooh. I'm waiting for the error. Found. Set articles into articles dot response. Did I do this wrong? What did I do wrong? Set articles into articles dot response dot docs. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Let me remove this console log. Articles equals to await res.json, which is basically this, and then set articles into articles.response.docs, right? And then console error the error. Okay, then we're fetching the articles. Okay, and then we're saying articles.map. What's the object that we're trying to access that it's telling us this? Let's see. Dot response dot docs. Okay, so I can see that this is running. This is running, which means our console log right here was working. Right, so our console log was working. So probably our issue would come somewhere here. Is it probably on the byline where I destructured it? Let me remove all this. Let's see. And our application works So that means likely I destructed the byline wrongly. So let's see, byline. I'm getting the byline and I want the original. Isn't that correct? So I'm getting the byline, right? And then I want the original. Okay. What was it? What was it? Where's my byline? I don't even have my byline inside here. Okay, here it is. Let me see if I disable that. What happens if I disable that? Okay, so it's not this. Let me disable this. And it's not that. Wait, what? What? Let me go on a bigger screen. What? We have article.map. We have article. Okay. We have abstract. We have headline. Original. We have our return. Objects are not valid as React child. Found object with keys main. Okay, I get you now. I get you. Let me just confirm where we have underscore ID. That doesn't look right. I mean, it looks right, but it doesn't look right in my application. Underscore ID. Let me change this to something else. Let me change this to abstract. Let's see if this works. Still nothing. Still nothing works. The above error occurred in the H2 component. Why didn't I see this? Headline. Headline is an object. Headline is an object. Headline is an object. Okay. Okay, so there we are. Took a moment to find, so I need to destructure the main inside the headline. So I'm just going to save press a full colon and save main. So that inside here I'm going to return main instead of headline. It takes a while sometimes, but you know, it works. So reload this and get rid of the errors. Encountered two children, the same key. Let me turn this key to underscore ID so that we no longer have that error. And there we go. Okay. So now that we got something displaying on the screen, what I want to do is grab Tailwind CSS from cdnjs.com. So grab Tailwind CSS, copy the link tag, go inside my public folder and inside index.html. What? Okay. It hung there for a moment. I thought it crashed. Remove these comments, remove this, and then just place this here. And then grab this, remove it, change this to ny times articles, like that, and then change this theme color to white, like that. So save that, and then this should reflect in our application right there. So the document now goes into the title, sorry, now says ny times articles. Okay. So what do we need to do now? I want to add a div inside here, and this div will have a class of showcase, and then I'm going to add another div inside with a class of overlay with an h1 that says you are, or rather let's say viewing articles or articles about, and then I'm going to explain what I'm going to place inside here. And then right inside here, then we're going to have our form which we haven't created yet, but I'm going to create it after we've styled this component a bit better. So inside this h1, I want the h1 to say whatever term it is that we have passed inside here, or we are searching for inside here, or the default term that is inside here. So for example, all I have to do is just say I want the term, really, term like that. Once I save this, then it should say viewing articles about everything. So I'm going to save that, and we should see viewing articles about everything right there. So if I were to change everything now, just to prove to you that this actually works, notice that we are viewing articles about everything, which is basically something of something. So if I change this to election, then we should see articles about election, because this election now gets substituted inside this term, and which will get updated, and this will get rerun, and this should now also say election. So I'm going to view, it says viewing articles about election right there, and as you can see, it's automatically going about election somewhere there, voter election somewhere there, election in the Senate, you know. And so that proves that our state values are functioning. So let me just style this up a bit, close this, place this to the side, close it down like that. And first of all, I want this to have a background image. So let me go into pexels.com, pexels.com, and grab news. Let me search for news and just grab something like what? I can grab this. This looks nice. Okay, there you go. So I'm going to copy the image address, and then inside my index CSS, because I want this to be a background image, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to remove this and this, and I'm going to target the showcase class, and I'm going to set the background to URL like that, and place it inside strings, and set this to no repeat, and center and cover, and then set the height to 300 pixels. So once I save this, then we should see it reflecting right there. Okay, so we have our background image, which looks nice. Let me change this to 400 pixels like that, and then I'm going to target the overlay class inside the showcase. So showcase overlay, and I'm going to say the background color for this should be RGBA 0000.5, which is basically a transparent black. And then I'm going to set the height to 400 pixels as well, and then display flex, align item center, and justify content center, which will then bring this right at the center right there. And I'm going to set the flex direction to column, because once we add our form, then I don't want this to be side by side by the form. Instead, I want them to be in column form. So I'm going to save that, and then this should come right there with a dark background image. So let me reduce this to 0.4, and I realize I'm talking a bit faster, so sorry for that in case you are not following. Basically, all we were doing is I added a background image, and then I set the height to 400 pixels, which is basically the height from here up to here. And then I'm going inside the overlay class, which contains the text with our h1, and we're going to add the form in a moment. And then once you do that, then I'm also setting the height to 400 pixels, because I'm already adding a background color on this, and I want it to take up the same height as the image does, so that it has this transparent black, or almost translucent black. And then display flex, flex direction column, and align item center, and justify content center just make sure that the div is aligned vertically and horizontally to the center, as you can see right there. So that's basically all I was doing. Okay, and let me see if this can be to the right on smaller screens, so that it moves just a bit to the right. And then I'm going to go inside my h1 inside here, give this a class name of text for XL, and font bold, and text white like that, and then say text center like that, and then say margin bottom of 4 for our margin when we add the form, and then go inside this overlay and say padding on the X of 5, just so that in case you're viewing on a smaller screen, it has a bit of space between the margin and the text. Okay, so let's tell our this section. So inside this section, I'm just going to say give this a class name of what should I say, padding on the X of 5 and padding on the Y, or sorry, padding on the top of 10, padding on the bottom of 20. Yeah, that should be correct. So that we have this space right there. Excuse me. And then once I do this, then I'm going to target my h2 inside here, give this a class name of font bold and text for XL as well, too big to XL. That's nice for smaller screens. Okay, and then just say margin bottom of 2, pushes it down just a bit from this. And then let me go inside here and give this a class of grid, and grid columns -1 and a gap of 10, because it's really confusing me. I don't know where each of these articles end, so add a grid gap to separate them just a bit. Okay, so this web resource link, I want to push it to the bottom right here, so I'm going to target it, grab this and just press Alt, hold down Alt and just press the down key to move it down like that, and it should move down right there. And then I'm going to give this a class name of underline, so that it has an underline, so that we know that this is a link. So it's looking nice. And then inside this UL, I'm going to give this a class name of margin Y of 4. So pushes it away from the top and bottom right there. And then I'm going to say inside this, I'm going to say news desk, add a flag so that we know why we are saying Washington. And this will be section name, like that. And then this is word count, like that. Okay, looking nice. Let me place this inside a span inside here, and grab this as well, place it inside a span, and grab this as well and place it inside a span. And then I'm going to grab these 3 spans because they are also going to have the same styling of font bold, like that. Okay, there you go, looking almost nice. So let's see, I think this looks nice really. Let me see, let me add this is the abstract, the h4. Oh, this is an h4. Okay, instead of this being an h4, let me make it into a paragraph because it's so much easier. It's more of a paragraph really, that's what I mean. And then let me add a class name here, or rather, you know what, this looks fine. This looks fine in terms of a news article. And then let me go into my body and give this body a background color of dark gray. So background color of, let me see, a dark gray, not a dark gray really, but a light gray. And then go back into app.js, and inside this article, I'm going to give this article a class name of bg white, so that it stands out from the gray background color. And then I'm going to say padding on the Y of 5 and padding on the X of padding on the Y of 10 and padding on the X of 5, so that it pushes inwards just like that. And then say rounded large, so that the borders around here have rounded borders. So that's what we have currently. It's looking nice, looking very nice. Okay, so what is remaining? Let me add a bit more margin between these headings. And which one was it? Here, let me say 5. Okay. So what is remaining for this screen is basically just to scale it up. And scaling it up is going to be easy, where I just want to target this H1, for example. And I'm going to go and say this H1, and I'm going to say that for large screens, I want the text to be, let's say 6XL. Make it bigger, right about there. And then also increase the sizes for this. So I'm going to go inside, what was this? This is an H2, and I'm going to say that for large screens, once again, increase the text to 2XL. Let's see how this looks. Did I do that correctly? Oh, it's already 2XL, so let's say 4XL. 4XL, okay. And then I want to limit these articles to a specific portion of the screen so that I don't go all the way end to end, because this is really hard to read if your eyes are going to be going end to end. So what I want to do is, for large screens right there, I'm going to go inside this article and I'm going to say large. I want the width to be let's say 9/12, which is 75% of the screen, which should reduce it, as you can see. And then for large screens, once again, I'm going to say MX Auto, which will now center this article right there. Look at that, looking very nice. Even on bigger screens, looking nice. Okay. So once we do this, then the only thing that I think we're remaining with is just to implement our form. Okay, so let's do that right away. And I'm going to create a new component inside my source folder, close this down. And I'm just going to call this search form.js like that. And I'm going to say array_fce. And we're importing the search form. And what do we need to import? We need to import the use state, because I want the state to be managed by the form locally. So use state, excuse me. And I'm going to set up my state values right away, and I'm going to say const what should I call this, text, and set text, and this will be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be an empty string. Okay, so once I do that, then I want to create the form, and I'm going to create a form right there with no action, and I'm going to create an input, and the input will be type of text, and with a placeholder that says let's say e.g. politics right there. And then we're going to have a submit button, a button of type submit, just saying search right there. Is that it? Let's save that and let's render it to see how it looks. So right, where was it? Where did I have my comment for the form? Right here. So I'm going to remove this comment and I'm going to say search. Oops. I want to render my search form component. Really, I want to render my search form component. So I'm just going to say search form. And once I click enter, then it should import it automatically for me right there. Okay, so we have our search form. Let me save that and let's see how it looks. We should have an input right there and then a search button right there. So let's style out the button a bit. I'm going to give this a class name of bg green-400. Let's say padding on the y of 1, padding on the x of 2, and rounded borders, so rounded large. And then let's say text white. And then let's go inside the input, give this a class name of padding y of 1, padding x of 2, like the button. And then, oh, I've just realized I don't want the left border radius on the button. So what I'm going to do is go inside the button right here, or right here, sorry, and then say rounded dash right dash large, which should remove this border radius right there. And then for the input, I'm going to do the opposite, where I'm going to say rounded dash left dash large, like that. There you go. So we have our input right there, and then we have our search button right there. And I don't know whether you've noticed, but I've clicked the button and it has reloaded. And I've just realized that I didn't add our loading animation. So let me do the loading animation first. So remember, we set up some state values for loading and is loading and set is loading, sorry. So what I want to do is the loading animation is dependent on this, because this is where this is the structure of our data, how we are representing this on the device. So I'm going to cut this out and I'm going to place some curly brackets inside here, and I'm going to do a conditional. So where I'm going to say if is loading is true, then I want to say wait a minute, what? Wait. Oh yeah, okay. If is loading is true, then I want to return an h1 that says loading dash dash dash. And then once it's false, then I just want to return everything that we have inside here. And remember that is loading is set to true by default. right here. So if I save this, then we'll only see loading on the screen right there. Let me tell this to be bigger, give this a class name of text center, margin top of 20, font bold, and text for XL, 8XL, 6XL. Okay, so by default, because it's true, then we have loading. So we want that when we fetch our data, then we want to set is loading to false, so that this no longer shows, and instead this section with our data shows. So just to show you what I mean, if I change this to false, you'll notice that loading it goes away, and then we get our data. But we don't want to do this manually. So what we're going to do is, once we fetch our data right there, and once we have populated our state values, then we just go below this and say set is loading to false, like that. And you'll notice that, see that if I reload, we have a loading animation, and then once everything is loaded, then we have our data displayed. So that's simple, it's just that. And then another thing that I want to do is, by default, I don't want to reload the page every time I click this. So what I'm going to do is, inside the form, I'm going to place an onSubmit event, onSubmit, and I'm going to place it a function, and I'm going to call this function handle submit. And right away, I'm going to create this function where I'm going to say const handle submit equals to, and oops, this is an arrow function, equals to, and we're targeting the synthetic event of E, where we're going to say, oops, where we're going to say E dot prevent default, like that. So that once I save this and I try to submit this again, you'll notice that it no longer reloads. It no longer reloads because we are preventing the default. Now, one thing that I want to do is, inside the input, we want to have an onChange attribute, so that every time that the input changes inside here, then our form will manage the local state, and then once we submit it, then it's going to search for articles with whatever input we have inside there. So I'm going to say onChange equals to, and I'm going to place it in an inline function where we're targeting the E event once again right there. And I'm going to say, once we target the E, the synthetic event of E, then I'm going to say set text, which is our state value right there. So we're going to say set text into e.target.value, which will basically give us whatever is typed in. And just to show you that it works, I'm going to go on a bigger screen right there and open up my console, and I'm going to open up my components tab. Oops, there you go, components tab. It took a while to load. And remember, this is now our form that we have. And notice that the state is currently empty because by default we have set it to empty. But if I come and change this to election, for example, you notice that it's now changed to whatever we have inside there. So that means that this event.target.value is actually working. Okay, so what do we need to do next? What we need to do next is, once we have rendered our form right here, then we want to pass in some props which will target this, the term that is inside here, and then we can now destructure the prop from here. We can now destructure it into the actual component, and then we will set whatever we are destructured inside here so that it will go inside the input and when it reloads. That explanation confused me. Okay, let me try again. Inside our app.js, we are going to pass in some props inside our search form component, so that the props are going to be targeting this term, our state value of term, which is inside here, and it's going to be checking for whether we have changed the term or not, so that when we submit the form, then all of this is going to be run once again, and then it will only return the results containing the term that we entered inside the form. I think that's a much better explanation. Okay, what props do we have inside here? Let me get out my cheat sheet. And we have search text. So I'm going to say search text, and we're going to set this to we're going to set it to text, which is basically the state value that we have inside here, remember. And then once we set this to text, then we want to say, we are targeting the text, sorry, we are targeting the text that we have inside here. And once we target the text, then we want to say, we want to target our set term function inside here and set that term into the text that we get from the input. So I'm going to say set term into the text. Is that correct? If it's not correct, we're going to know in a moment. Now, once we do this, it means that we can now access this prop from our component. Let me save this. We can now access this prop from our component. Did this crash? Okay, did not. And we can destructure it inside here by saying such text like that. And then inside our handle submit, then we just want to say such text. We change it into the we pass in the text that we have our state value, right? So this means that this prop is coming from right here, such text, which means that whenever this text changes, then this prop is going to be targeted, and it's going to call on this input once again, which will change our which will make this function run once again. But all is not complete yet. All is not complete. Remember that all of this is dependent on the dependency array that we have inside here. And what we want to rerun whenever all of this is called on once again is the term. So all we have to do is just pass in the term inside here and then save it. And then let's see if this works. And let's see Joe Biden. Let's see, it says showing results about Joe Biden, and there you go, we have results about Joe Biden. So it's looking nice. But one thing that I want to do is now change this into capitalized text so that we have capitalization for every word. So I'm going to go inside this H1, and right before my media query here, I'm going to say capitalize like that. We should now capitalize it like that. So if I were to say animals, it updates the state inside here because we have term right there. So it updates the state, and we have results about animals. And if I were to search for wildlife, then we have results about wildlife, looking very, very nice. And what else can we search for? AOC. I like AOC. Let's search for AOC. Let's see. You see AOC. Anyway, you can read those articles by yourself. And of course, just to make sure all of these articles do work, but remember, we're using the New York Times API, so they will always take you to the New York Times API, the New York Times website, I mean. So you see that everything is always about the New York Times website. Even this one will take you to the New York Times website, but then it knows, it shows really the type of article that you're looking at. So I think that will basically be it. I think that's a very good project. We have implemented our search right there. We have implemented, you know what, let me see if I can change this background image to the top. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to grab this, or rather I'm going to grab this and then add a media query. Oops, at media min width of, let's say, around 1024 pixels. Oops, I want to change this, really. I want to target the showcase and change this to top instead of right. We should do that so we have some kind of article on the background that looks as if we are reading something. So I'm going to save that, and I think that will basically be it for this project. It's looking quite nice. Now remember that from our API, as I'd explained earlier, is that we can't really access these images because they're technically not links to the images. Instead, they're just like some stored local value. If I get a way to access these images, then be sure that I'll do a follow-up for this video where I'm going to show you how to do it. But remember that if you're doing anything, all you need to do is practice, and some more practice. You just need to get used to doing things by yourself, because you can't really depend on tutorials all your life. So this actually works really nice and I really love it. Lections, it's looking very nice if I do say so myself. Looking very nice. So thank you guys for watching. Once again, if you're watching on YouTube, remember to leave a like and subscribe, leave a comment. Oh, I would really like to know how you found out about me, because I realized that I was checking some analytics the other day and I realized that my viewers are from all over the world, and I would really like to know how you really came to know of me or found my channel, whether by accident or not. And once you do that, remember to subscribe to the channel as well and leave a like and share the video. So thank you guys for watching, thank you guys for following the stream, and I will see you in the next video.